What is going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Hello, 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 hello. We are back with yet another unscheduled ass live. I told myself since the New Year's is rapidly approaching, like we're a few days out into the new year, that I wasn't going to do any sort of YouTube live. I was just going to chill and relax. I was grateful enough to spend Christmas with my parents, my grandfather and my uncle. It just felt good to recharge. As y'all will see, Sister Ombience does speak about seclusion and people going into a cocoon phase, and that's definitely where I am. But because I am in this phase, hopefully I can bring forth some clarity and more context and nuance in reference to today's live. As y'all see on the screen, This is Sister Ombience. I think I've done a response to her once before. She is one of a few of other individuals who, shout out to Landscape, who utilize this platform to give people, especially black women, a chance to speak, because I feel like black women, unfortunately, are not heard. They're disregarded. They're thrown to the side. And she does speak some facts in this video regarding the black woman experience. I am not a black woman, even though I am a same gender loving man. I have no desire to be a black woman. I know what my lane is, right? But I've listened to conversations of black women speaking, and there is some sort of like camaraderie between black women and LGBT community, especially black, gay, feminine men. Ombience speaks about how the black woman is being used and pimped for her resources and the energy that she gives, and unfortunately that is the case. And hopefully, we can all come together to kind of stop that. Not even kind of, but to actually stop that, so that real, true, genuine change takes place. Let me cut my volume up because I want to make sure y'all hear me. Because last time I had used music in the background and it really wasn't good. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? If possible, can you let me know if y'all can hear me? If the music and everything is balanced well. But black women aren't the only ones that have been pimped and used and abused. The black gay men have been as well by other black women as far as, their fashions and their looks and getting the styles together. So again, there's accountability on all sides, and no tea, no shade, just facts. Nobody's a victim anymore. When you know better, you're supposed to do better. And I think that's why a lot of people, or the powers that be, want to repress voices like the voices of black women, like the voices of LGBT people, like the voices of just oppressed people who are literally just speaking what their experience in this country in particular has been like. And we all play into the lines of division, because Ombience, I don't know if y'all can see the video behind it, but he has, for her title, is called Sex Magic, which I watched half of the video and I didn't really understand where the sexual magic part came into play. But maybe that was a caveat for different conversations, and I'm all for that, because once again, there's so much shit going on that we need to have these conversations more. As you can see in the background, there's interracial white man with a black woman, there's two niggas, there's two women's, and then you got these hoes from the P Valley with big titties and shit just sweeping around and stuff. And she kind of gets into that a little bit more, but I kind of wanted to just, again, I'm in a place now to where I don't want to have echo chamber conversations. I want to talk to people, have conversations with people who may have a different life experience or perspective than me, even if that means that their perspective sees me as less than. But to actually have a conversation, because it's like, here it is, we're trying to get other people outside of us to see our worth, but yet we can't see the worth in other people. That's the gag. Like, if we don't learn to talk to each other and love on each other, we're going to continue to, whether we know it or not, to perpetuate the bullshit that's happening that keeps us in this downward spiral. So before we get into Miss Ombience's commentary, of course, we have to dot our I's and cross our T's, girl. We have to make sure that we are covered, girl. Let me pull this up. I should always have this up when I'm doing a live, but my ass does not do it. Here we go. Let me pop this up. That's why it took me so long, because I had to grab this disclaimer. Boom, bitch, okay? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made, okay, for fair use for purposes such as criticism. We're going to give some criticism. Comment. We're going to definitely comment on what's going on. News reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, okay? Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. I also give Lance Scurv or Sister Ombience or anybody else who happens to have an opposing viewpoint to what I'm bringing in reference to my commentary. I give y'all permission to use my live, use sound bites from my stuff. I'm not going to get up here and do something and then get mad if it's done to me. I understand. I'm equal. I truly, genuinely understand that I'm equal and that we're equals. Despite our differences, yeah, there are going to be some people who are better than you, but as far as the right to manifest and live your best goddamn life, that is something that we're all equal in. Okay? So that being said, I'm gonna have this music playing in the background because I kind of like to have music playing because I feel like with music or instrumental, people retain things a lot better. I mean, just look at how music has influenced a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, let's get into Ombience's commentary about sex magic and what that's all about. Let's get it.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. I wanted to speak on something that's this is definitely a mature conversation, and it's not for the faint of heart. But we all know as adults that all things begin with sex, intercourse, the coming together of separate things. And I wanted to talk about how sex magic has been used to come up against our purpose and why we're here, to stand in the way of our greatness, specifically in our community. Because, when it's all said and done, this is a general concept that's being implemented on all people because of the need to control. But we have to accept that those of us of darker hue, there's a certain energy, there's a certain thing that radiates from us, and we know that about ourselves. This is not, any racist point of view or anything like that, but everyone knows who we are. Everyone is always looking to us. And even those of us who partake in the Europeans' man's world far more, because you have those within our community who attach themselves to the European world for various reasons. But it really boils down to a better experience. And they're having a better experience to the various forms of magic and spells that they're casting on everyone else. But in particular, they're casting on those of us of darker hue to make some of us even go to the other side. And
Now I gotta hold you on that. My bad, y'all. I'm over here eating these hot fries. These munchies kicking in. In a sense, I can understand that. There are some people who, because I've been hearing conversations, with black men and black women, particularly cis hetero, black men and women, speak about this type of stuff. Like, there's black women who said, "I'm not waiting for niggas to get their shit together. Like, I'm tired of being used and abused and beat up on when I'm trying to help your ass out. And then when you get on, you leave me for a white girl." So there are some black women that are saying, "Fuck this shit, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and dead outside my race." There are some women who might say, "Hey, let me." What did Cat Williams say? If you can't be with a bitch, nigga, I might as well be with a bitch, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, I can understand those implements. I can understand that can happen in certain cases. But I think we have to also take into account that people only have one life to live, and they want to make sure that they are experiencing the best that they can. When they don't have people out there to give them that, or at large, the community that they want that energy from is not reciprocating that energy, how long does one person sit here and allow themselves to be used and abused before they move on to somebody who's going to appreciate them? Now, I'm not saying that there are some interracial relationships, LGBT relationships that are toxic. There are toxic there are toxic experiences all over the goddamn board, but at the same time, there are people who are in interracial relationships who are very happy because they've attracted somebody that understands them. You also have two men and two women who get together because, oh my God, someone finally understands me, understands my plight, understands my struggle. Therefore, I move forward. So we do have those experiences happening, but I think, and no shade, no shade, when you listen more to Ombience's commentary, and I've been listening, like no shade, I'm always listening. I'm always listening. And if I was a troll, I would be underneath everything, just trying to disrupt everything. But again, like I said, I'm still going to keep my promise. Whenever there is something about LGBT and it's not being, there is no context and nuance, and there is this single ideology about it, but y'all can't manifest the foundation or the root of what that is, then it becomes an issue because now you're spreading misinformation. And a lot of times, all of us, we have mics now, we have StreamYard now, we have opportunities and ways to express our experiences of life, but a lot of people are expressing their experiences of pain that they're dealing with in their life. And like I said, there are people that are, like for me, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Let's continue.
Even when you're in those various environments, you know that they know who you are. So we're not going to play any games here.
Okay.
You know, because there's a lot of mind games and a lot of gaslighting going on in our community, where you have those who try to use Black people's plight. I hate using that term, Black people, you know. This is why I'm just going to stick to those of darker hue.
Right.
Who try to dismiss our plight and say things to us as though it's all in our head, but they themselves separate themselves from us in order to have a better experience. So this split mind, which plays a role in why we can't create our own great experience. Therefore, we don't need to have to go somewhere else away from who we are in order to have a desired experience.
But then we have to also ask, why do people want to go ahead and have different experiences than the experiences that they're getting? And yes, there are Black women and Black men who are good. Like, I understand, even with me, like if there was more conversations that were bridging gaps, we would understand that even in the LGBT community, even me, I'm 31 years old and I'm still single. I'm single by choice now because I spent the majority of my 20s wanting a relationship to validate me. And I grew up in a household with both my parents. I grew up in a household where my parents grew in their unconditional love and actually walked out in that unconditional love. So I had love in my life, but I didn't have the love that I desired to have in my life, which was really in me, but I was looking for it outside of myself. So a lot of times, yeah, and even me, I could have chose to date outside my race. I could have chose to once again go with what was easier, and I'm not going to blame those who do. If I'm sitting here, oh girl, hold on. Why your ass always call me when I'm live? It's like you just know. What the hell is going on? Every time I'm live, you calling me. Are you trolling me? But again, those experiences are similar. Those are similar ass experiences. And when I was listening to it earlier, I was kind of gagging because I'm like, Ombience, the same experience that you're experiencing is not just a unique experience for you and just for women in general. There are LGBT people who have these experiences, and really anything that has feminine energy is having the same experience. And it's like, if we actually learn to talk to each other instead of at each other, we would learn so much and find out that we have a lot of similarities. Once again, we have individuals making up the whole. And yes, it's going to take individuals changing their own mind, their own viewpoint, in order before there is a collective change. Because again, individuals make up the community. They make up the whole. So there is some sense of going away and getting to yourself. Because even with me, I'm in my cocoon phase, but it's not because I'm scared. If anything, I'm preparing myself for the bullshit that I'm going to endure. I'm preparing myself to deal with all of the energies. When you're by yourself and you're learning how to deal with your own stuff and master who you are, you can be in the world but not of the world. You can go into the world and still have a higher sense of awareness but not fall victim to the things and the ills of the fucking world. And we're all going to be challenged in our own ways. So there's going to always be this growth and this level of evolution in our self-love. But I think as us as black people, especially black men, have not had the opportunity to really understand what love is, because the only viewpoint of expression of love that we were able to give were lower vibrational. Anger, violence, destruction. But anything that's higher vibrational, being caring, being loving, being emotional, it's seen as an enemy to men, especially black men. And we have to also remind ourselves that black men went through a lot during slavery. Not just black women, but black men too. And especially with them being, quote unquote, being removed from, being belittled and being taken from king status to goddamn bum status, that bum status mentality has not been rectified. It has not been remedied. And there's only so much love you can give to a motherfucker until they accept the love for themselves. So again, this situation right here, this rabbit hole is so goddamn deep. It's like, even the stuff that I touch on is really also things that are symptoms as well. But the root issue, what is causing all of this? And in order for us to really see what the fucking root issue is, we're all gonna have to come together and talk with each other, just like they did in the 60s and 70s. Because for the individuals who lived during that era and love bringing that era up, did you not forget that during the 60s and 70s, through my own research, that there was also LGBT liberation happening as well? There was women's liberation happening that as well. There were anti-war liberation happening as well. You had a group of oppressed people speaking about their oppressed experiences in America. And now we've been manipulated to oppress each other to find some sense of normalcy or some sense of control. Because once again, if Sister Ombience would open her mind up and have conversations with other people who are from the LGBT community, again, she will understand that there are similarities there. Similarities. And it's so crazy that we are arguing our differences, but we're experiencing the same thing. It's so crazy to me. Like, if we talk to each other, we would actually figure that out. But that's what I'm doing today. If y'all don't want to have a conversation, I will use y'all content through the Copyright Act of 1976 and act like I'm having a conversation, just so we can really get down to the nitty-gritty, girl. No shade.
Now, if we choose to, from time to time, but the option should always be there, right? And so when you look at sex magic, and what's the effect that naturally the woman is supposed to innately have on the man. When you do the math on the condition and the states of us of darker hue in this present day, and how the black woman in particular is cheapened.
Right.
She's cheapened in a way that allows everyone not to take her serious, or allows people to point the finger at her more so. And why the man, all men really, again, but the black man in particular, has been deprived of a thing. You know, there are many, many virgins out here. And, you know, there are young people who are virgins in a day and age where sex is everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, sex is in all kind of commercials, Burger King commercials, and, you know, all types of commercial sex is always being used. It's not even a covert thing where there's this rite of passage where
Hold on. Who is honking this horn like they're losing their goddamn mind? Hold on one second, y'all. I gotta see this. Somebody graduated some shit. Hold on. That is some damn nigga shit for your ass. Why these niggas driving through the hood? A funeral procession is driving through the hood, bitch. Who died? Girl, who had died? The way y'all was honking the horn, I'm like, shit, did the race war start, bitch? Because they say a impending race war is happening, girl. Where is it? But anyway, let's get back to Sister Ombience. He was saying, sis, what's up?
people hit a certain age and then they come upon this knowledge of the birds and the bees.
That's my chair, y'all.
This society doesn't even allow that to even take place because sex is everywhere. You know, with this whole gay agenda being pushed.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
See, because they're not pushing the union of having sex with other people just as just two people becoming bonded. And on other levels, it's all about the sex thing.
So are you alluding that hey Spicy, hey. Shout out to Amber in the building. Shout out to everybody that's here. So with that being said, Sister Ombience, are you saying that LGBT people are incapable of having a fruitful and life-giving experience? Are you saying that these two men, black men on the screen, girl who got RuPaul ass, I guess she was officiating a wedding and shit, or these two beautifully melanated women kissing each other, are you saying that there's no way for that to be legitimate? There's no way for that to be honored by nature simply because those two people can't come together and procreate? But isn't the love the more important thing? Isn't that the more important thing? The love, right? Because you speak about if later on in the commentary, if everybody just love each other, if we just operate in love, then whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, then why is it so hard to see if that love can actually manifest between those two people? And again, the human beings are coming through heterosexual people, so y'all the ones giving birth to gay babies and trans babies. Y'all are giving birth, once again from a spiritual standpoint, other parts of God, other things of God coming into the earth and allowing itself to express itself in any way that it desires, as long as it's not hurting itself or anybody else. Instead of us becoming knowledgeable about that, we become afraid because we're so used to this norm that has controlled our lives. Just very interesting. So with that being said, Ombience, my question to you is, do you believe that gay men, lesbian women, bisexual people, trans individuals, do you believe that they are able to give the fruitful and life-giving love that you believe heterosexual people can give? Just curious. Let's continue with the commentary.
That takes away from the innocence. So when you introduce the whole gay agenda thing, the question becomes why, how?
Which I mean, because LGBT, because it's not just heterosexual sex happening in the world. There's gay sex too. There's lesbian sex too. Like, again, these are other people having their different experiences of life. And I'm with you about the whole sexualizing of kids. Like, let's take it all out. But I'm saying if we're going to talk about that, then let's remove the heterosexual nature as well from these television shows and these TV shows and stuff like that. Like, if we're dealing about children, allow children to be a child. So what does that look like? What do we believe children should do? play outside, play with rocks, play with all this other type of shit. Even when they play with toys, boys play with G.I. Joes, girl play with guns. It's still a heteronormative type of ideology. And then people say, well, you know, when the child gets of age and then they talk about them being LGBT, then we can have that conversation. Why? So y'all can go ahead and kick them out the house and tell them that, oh, you ain't doing that LGBT faggot shit here? Is that what it is? So once again, there is a complete disregard of LGBT people, and it's automatically demonized. But here it is. You are literally speaking about your experience as a black woman being demonized. Do you understand the logic? Do you understand the logic? And then on top of that, y'all don't bring any facts to the table to support. Y'all just say, oh, well, Mother Nature, Mother Nature. Well, I mean, if Mother Nature allowed this shit to happen, it must be okay with Mother Nature, because Mother Nature has no problem removing shit that ain't hers, right? And the fact that LGBT has been here since the beginning of time, there are hieroglyphics, there are stories, there are experiences, there are paintings that has shown LGBT stuff. Even when you look at more spiritual people who are still more spiritually in tuned and inclined, like Native American people, they honor two-spirited people. They honor the trans experience. And they even see that to be some sort of a higher form of awareness, because they're able to be a median, or be the balance between masculine and feminine energy. But see, it's hard for us to accept that from a group of oppressed people when we're oppressed. And I feel like it's time for the oppressed people to start loving the oppressed people, because the oppressed people are feeling just oppressed. That's it. Let's continue forward. I really want to eat the rest of these damn chips and mute my mic, but I feel like I'm going to keep unmuting and stopping. We're going to try. Go ahead.
Automatically takes that to sex. But yet, young people are not having sex. So therefore, this bipolar energy, this passive aggressive energy that
I just
exists,
realized my ass was talking, girl. My microphone was mute the whole time.
always tends to create some extreme outcome from it. Where, because people are so deprived, they'll go for anything. or because people are so deprived, they don't go for anything at all. There's never the balance.
There is a balance. There is a balance. Like, even me, I don't have sex by choice. I haven't had sex in a hot ass minute. Not because I can't, but because I choose not to. Because now that I love myself and I spent time with myself and figure out what the hell it is that I want, now I'm able to strengthen my element of healthy boundaries. What I will and will not tolerate. And I used to tolerate a lot of bullshit just so I could be with somebody. And then on top of that, people having sex. Let's not sit up here and act like people are having sex exclusively to have kids. They're not. Ain't nobody singing Jodeci. So you're having my baby, and it means so much to me. There's nothing more precious than to raise a family. When they hear, oh, I'm you the daddy, all of a sudden it's, no, I'm not, bitch. Where Maury at, girl? I need the test, because the test don't lie. So I can and people are having sex to feel something. Because there's a lack of love, there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of awareness. And when you sit up here and deny people for so long, they're going to find some way to feel fulfilled. Maybe if we stop denying other people's experiences and start validating them, listening to them, trying to find the area of gray that makes us all equal, I feel like all this shit will go down. Or if so, people will start having sexual experiences in a fruitful and life-giving way, which is an exchange of energy. SEX, sacred energy exchange. You can have sex, healing sex, loving sex, and not produce kids from that. It is an energetic thing. It's just that we have not been educated on what sex really is and how powerful sex really is. But there are some people who do. You have people who do No Nut November. Like, there are men and there are women out here, contrary to what you and I believe, they're out there somewhere that is doing the contrary. And if that is the case, we have to acknowledge those things as well, because that makes up, the experience, or part of the experience. Let's continue. Come on, sister Ombience.
Of even knowing what the true union of intercourse and sex really, really means. The lesson that you're supposed to learn from the course. Right? And so those who have achieved a certain amount of success in their life knows this about sex. They understand the importance of sex. They utilize it. There's a whole chapter dedicated to sex mutation in Think and Grow Rich.
That is
and
true.
You got those who
That's true.
They know about this, but they can't really draw the correlation of the importance of applying that to their life and using it, excuse me, guys, as some form of success. And then you wonder why there's this over concentration of being aware of sex and the cheapening, and why Black men, in particular, those of us of darker hue who are males, I should say, men, cannot achieve any true goals. So what you'll see and you'll find is the more and more the agenda is pushed of interracial relationships, which is definitely an agenda, because it's you're always seeing only this one thing in concentration. I'm not saying it's not taking place where they're not showing it in other means, in other ways, but there's clearly a concentration of pushing a particular image. And we know that in marketing and in advertisement, if they want to push something that the masses buy into.
Or do you think that interracial basically it's kind of like karmatic debt in reference to racism? Like, yeah, we be so caught over black and white, but what happens when we're united? There is no just black and just white, it's a mix. Spiritually speaking, maybe that's why interracial marriage is happening so much. Again, like I mentioned earlier, there are some black women that are saying, I've sat up here and I've allowed y'all to use me and abuse me. Bitch, my ancestors died so that I don't have to be a slave to this shit. And there are some people who are getting the fuck on because they're waiting for black men to get their shit together, and the black men don't want to get their shit together in a way, like you said, that benefits the whole. But because the black man has not had much, now he sees this opportunity or this way to connect to white supremacy and exclusivity, to where now they start emulating the things that they see these other people do. They're not really walking in their own true, genuine happiness and love. They're walking in a false image of somebody else. There are some black men who do that shit. For example, what's that nigga name who did Get Out? Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele's expressed how black women didn't see really any worth and value in him simply because he was quote unquote different. He wasn't the stereotypical black male that we in the black community sees as the only one that can get to the bag. To the point to where motherfuckers are making songs, black women and gay men making songs about being with the big trapper. Being with a trap nigga because he gets to the dough. I get to this exclusive shit. So yes, classism does also become a part of the situation. And once again, that's why I be telling motherfuckers to drop the link, because girl, there is so much shit going on that it's not going to take just one perspective or mindset. You're going to need a council or a group of people, of free thinkers from all different spaces and places who can work, once again, through their ego. Still deal with it, because we all human. We all gonna have our ego. No shade. We're still spiritual beings having a natural experience, so we have to deal with the natural part of life. But how do we actually deal with the natural part of life and bring forth the balance of spirituality to where we're not too heavenly minded that we're no earthly good, or we're too earthly minded that we're no heavenly good? There is a balance. But my thing is this: it's going to take the LGBT to help bring the balance. It's going to take black women to help bring the balance. It's going to have to take all different other races to help bring the balance. Because if we are really under the umbrella of humanity, why are we not working to erase the lines of division so that we can fucking get to that shit? Let's continue.
They're going to present the image constantly. And you have people who act like, oh no, that's an innocent thing. But yet, the more that they push this whole interracial thing with black men and white women, or black men with every other woman besides a black woman, and the more we have these discussions online with us of darker hue going at each other's throats, at odds about the man and the woman, the more and more we lose our footing in power.
And that's why, obviously, Miss Ombience has not done her research fully, because you have individuals like CTV, you have individuals like Reckless Logic, who literally who use their platforms with thousands of subscribers to literally sit on the platform, girl, for hours on it. I'm talking about full-time plus overtime shifts, allowing black men and black women, cis hetero black men and black women, shall I mention, to have conversations, to not talk at each other but talk to each other, and then have somebody who is able to mediate between the both of them. That's why a lot of motherfuckers, y'all gonna have to put respect on LGBT people's name, girl, because there's a creative energy there as well, girl. There is a balance of both the mental and the masculine and the feminine energy, where they're actually resolving this shit, and come to find out its own personal insecurities within self. People started sharing their personal stories to make them more relatable, and they come to find out, once again, when they talk to each other, they realize that we're saying the same fucking thing, but in a different way. But those conversations be difficult because now we have to be accountable for our own shit. We can't play the victim card. We can't point our finger and say, y'all did this, y'all did this, y'all did this, y'all. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We're not doing y'all. No, no. It's us now. It's us. We are the problem. All of us are the problem. And until we learn to love ourselves and find the God and value in ourselves, we're not going to really rectify anything. But I'm so grateful that even with me saying that, there are people in the world who do. It's about, do you have the wherewithal to actually go look and see? And that's why the universe is going to make it difficult for your ass to actually see it, because you have to make the choice to see it. So you're having these conversations where there are black men and black women talking to each other. I mean, hell, this whole Tory Lanez Meg Thee Stallion shit is starting up yet another type of scuffle between black men and black women. And Miss Ombience, if you feel like your voice is not heard and valid, I encourage you to go over to CTV. Now let me let you know, CTV is an openly gay man who wears hair. And no Tino Shade be wearing hair a lot better than some of these females. Let's just be real. You're more than welcome to go over there and to share your experiences and to help bring some clarity there. Because no tea, no shade. I appreciate Lance giving you the opportunity to speak your experience on your platform, on this platform. But a lot of the commentary that I've heard from you and other people, there's been no resolve. It's been more so of a complaining, more so of what my experience is. But then when you hear other people sharing their experiences, it's like, no, shut the fuck up. We're talking about my shit, as opposed to saying, oh, you got hurt too? Okay, well, how do we heal together? How do we affirm the God in each other that we're trying to get these other motherfuckers outside of us to affirm, who is struggling with their own identity when it comes to God in a healthy way? Let's continue.
I mean, the book itself talks about how it is the desire and the need to please the woman that creates a genius in the man.
Or from a spiritual standpoint, the masculine energy, which is the action, has to really complement the feminine, which is the energy, the emotion, energy, emotion. Even Jesus Christ in the narrative of the Bible, well, not actual Bible, but one of the lost books of the Bible, because even the Bible that we have now is not a complete book, no shade. But there was a book called the Book of Thomas, where Christ literally was explaining how to manifest things, and he talked about taking your mind, the masculine part of you, taking your emotions, the feminine part of you, and then marry those things. And when you marry those things with a higher level of awareness and willing intention, then you're able to start manifesting good things. And not even just in your life, because of the power and love that you walk in, you can connect with other motherfuckers who want to tap into that and connect with them, and they be healed from shit. See, there aren't conversations like that happening, at least to my knowledge, on Lance Scurv's podcast. Where is the completing of the circle? Where is the, but you are still loved, you still are affirmed, you're still worthy? Where are those conversations, as opposed to, oh, this shit happening to me and I'm being oppressed? And girl, this oppression is not anything new. What, unfortunately seems new and foreign is, what does the answers look like to solving that? That's what we need to deal with. Let me continue, because these chips is slapping.
And so when the man is at odds with his woman, and the woman, the quote unquote black woman in particular, this is what aids our demise. And people can't do the math on that. And so this over-sexualizing of the woman that serves as the most sensual, the most wise, the most forthcoming being on the planet has been placed in a position to look as though you can't trust her. She's out of control. She's foolish. And then you are born to that. Brothers are born to that. So we know sisters are born to that too. But we're talking about the sexes here. The whole sex thing that they're trying to erase because they're trying to take everyone's power away. Because that's where the power lies. I mean, Taj Mahal was built because of the inspiration of a woman.
And I do agree with that. Like, no shade. Again, sex is the most powerful energy force that we have. And I think what's happening is that we're using it in temporary situations, and we're not even having the intent of loving or being loved during these sexual experiences. So we end up giving a part of our life force and life energy away. Like, that's what I'm saying. We need to have healthier conversations about sex. Because despite all this sex that is happening, there are people out there that are having sex righteously. And when I mean righteously, I mean they love themselves. So when they're having sex, they're pouring that love onto their partner, wanting to please their partner, and vice versa. There is a clear understanding of what's going on. And if they really motherfucking aware, they gonna come together and say, hey, let's manifest $100,000 worth of opportunities our way while we having sex. Like, again, it's about how sex is used. But just like you mentioned, because there is a lack of love, there is a lack of awareness, there is a lack of understanding, there's a lack of open-mindedness. Again, that sex is the one thing that can be readily available. And it's to the point to where people are having sex and it be all fun and game in the beginning, but then end up feeling like empty shells. Just look at some of these porn stars who literally renounced and denounced the porn industry because of how it was taking away from their life force and life energy, how they were used. And once again, we're in a capitalistic system that believes in cream. Cash rules everything around me. So of course, in a capitalistic system, they're going to oppress people and make money off of it. And once again, that oppression is not just happening to black women. It is happening to black women. I'm not denouncing and saying that it's not. It obviously is. But what I'm saying is that it's not happening just to black women. There are black men who are going through that same experience. There are LGBT people that are going through that same experience. Hell, there are other groups of fucking people who are not even black who are going through those experiences, because once again, this is not just an exclusively race or sexuality thing. This is a human being thing that needs to be addressed. What did somebody say? I heard a pastor once say, everybody's scared to talk about money and sex, and we all want some. Let's just be real. We all want some. We all want to have some money in our pocket, and we all want to be able to have somebody to come through and the motherfucker, you know, them. Shit, she talking about sucking my dick from the back. I ain't never had that, you know? But I feel like if we learn and listen to each other, we could actually help people so that even when people have sex, they can have healing sex. We're having sex, but turning our emotions off because we're afraid of getting attached. But you're the one with the love, the overflowing amount of love. Ombience, you just said that black women are the most powerful women, and black women are very powerful. Which is why a lot of niggas who are in toxic masculinity and even toxic femininity is going to have a real hard time, because now those who have been oppressed are now getting in the forefront. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. So there is a switching that is happening to where we have more black women out here making money. And hell yeah, black women are powerful ass people, especially for them to still keep the child that this nigga helped make Why he gets to go out into the world and continue to shoot up clubs like Bella Noche's, and if you can't go to Bella Noche's, y'all know the rest. Meanwhile, you're here raising these children. But it also shows how strong you are. But once again, you could be around gay men, gay women, lesbian women, trans women that can validate the strength in you. And that there are other black men that want to validate that strength in you as well. Whether they be hetero, homo, bi, it doesn't matter. And let me play this clip by Scotty, just so we can be all the way clear. Let me pause the music so that we can be all the way clear. What you say, Scotty? Let people know this real quick.
Just because you took up for somebody don't mean they got to give you no dick. Just because you took up for somebody don't mean they got to give you no dick. Just because you took up for somebody don't mean they got to give you no dick.
One more time.
Just because you took up for somebody don't mean they got to give you no dick.
Once again, I can understand because you want to be loved by a black man. You want to be loved by a black man. Just like my ass wants to be loved by a black man. And being a black man, I want to give that love to another black man. But that's why people have to end up doing their, what's up, Rico? What's up, King Anubis? That's why people are going to have to do their own self-work, their own shadow work to make sure that they are good. This shit deep, y'all. That's why I was like, girl, that's why I be saying, drop the link. Drop the link. All of the questions that you have, all of the concerns that you have, all of the precautions and all of the stuff that you have can be answered if you drop the goddamn link. And if we're really going to be about community and human beings, we're going to have to start talking to other motherfuckers who don't agree with us. Which is why my ass be branching out. And in 2023, I'm going to do more branching out. Because I'm going to start entering the manosphere sector. And trying to have difficult conversations out there. Because even though there's a manosphere that believes in their toxic masculinity who are speaking from their pain body and not from a higher healed version of themselves, there are still individuals in that sector who do want to heal. No tea, no shade. It's an individual named Super Sly 75. I shared one of his lives or his content in one of my previous lives. I don't agree with everything that he says. He speaks about the trans thing in a negative way. I have to get more into that. But there was somebody in the manosphere who was looked up to who passed away. And he did a video. He was saying a lot. It's so funny that all y'all heroes is dying, and they're dying around the women that they told you were better than you. But meanwhile, they dying around these hoes. So why is their life not beneficial? And these the women that they're saying are high value women, and your black ass ain't high value. Meanwhile, they dying around the high value people. Make it make sense. Like, once again, that's why from a humanity and spiritual standpoint, we gonna have to learn how to love ourselves, because whatever fucking energy you own is what you're gonna fucking get, because energy never lies. Let's continue. Go ahead, Ombience.
I mean, there's a reason that they neuter animals.
Mm-hmm.
When they cut off your balls and they, make men put black men in dresses constantly, and you have these ignorant, even, I'm just gonna use black men because it's just too many words to be using people of darker hue.
Mm-hmm.
You have black men who keep giving into these narratives and aiding in our demise, where they can't draw the correlation that there's a reason why we're always being advertised in a certain package. You can watch movie after movie, show after show, and they're always going to, if they have any gay agenda taking place in the movie, there's always a black man involved. Always.
So whenever there's a gay, well, I mean, if it's a black television show, I mean, you are black gay men not supposed to be gay? And it's like, I can understand if the whole show was overwhelmed by gay people, like the main cast gay and the heterosexual people was just the supporting characters or just the people in the background. Then I can understand that. But implementing one character and now all of a sudden it's a gay agenda, I still struggle with that. Like, what the fuck is the gay agenda anyway? And I'm asking, well, I seem like you're being sarcastic because you're asking, you're gay. No, y'all, see, I know what a gay agenda is for me, to live my best life. I know what it is for me. Now, what is y'all interpretation of gay agenda? What is y'all viewpoint? Because I don't know that. And no tea, no shade, nobody has been very clear about that, because Ombience saying when they're including the gay agenda, it's all about sex, 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 sex. But again, it's not an exclusively gay thing. Heterosexual men and women talk about sex all the time. When you go into the barbershop, oh, this last bitch I fucked, man, this bitch was sucking my dick, all that shit. When you go to fucking sports bars, there is some sort of conversation about sex. When the girls are around their girls, oh girl, this nigga girl, his dick girl was so bad. Oh, his dick. There is a sexual thing there. So what we're trying to make this stuff exclusively to LGBT people, that is where there is a problem and issue. Again, this is a humanity issue. And LGBT being introduced just means that there are other people in the world who are LGBT who deserve to have representation as well. This is only one goddamn character. Again, I can understand the outrage if all these others, if everybody was becoming gay, bitch. It was just everybody just gay, everybody gay, everybody gay. Just wake up every day and it's 10 niggas gay every hour on the hour. Girl, then I can understand that. But where is that? And if it's a gay agenda, wouldn't the gay agenda be destroying and erasing and not adding? And if it's a gay agenda and it's so poisonous, then why is this same gay agenda or poison running rampant in the oppressor's community? Why are there white gay people who get to go out there and live their best white gay life? I mean, why would you get high off of your own destructive supply? Why? Isn't that bad for business? To smoke up your own shit that you're supposed to be selling? Or better yet, drinking the same fucking poison that's supposed to be for another community? I don't get it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Again, I hope that somebody from that camp or just somebody in general will educate me on what the gay agenda is or what it is that I'm missing. And I'm not saying this in a sarcastic way. I'm literally asking to understand because I don't know what the fuck y'all is talking about. And I'm the one that's gay. If anything, I should know, but I don't know. So obviously there's a piece of information that I haven't gotten to make me privy to what this gay agenda is. Or is the gay agenda just another form of distraction or line of division to kind of help silence another group of people's voices because your voice wasn't validated? And if we're going to play this agenda game, I guess until we start talking to each other, there's going to be so many different agendas because ain't nobody listening. Or you're getting the wrong people to listen instead of the people who are asking to listen. Like I said, Bub said drop the link. And that still hasn't happened yet. Let's continue.
Very rarely do you even see them in visuals where they don't incorporate a black man at some point into the situation. This is how they take your power away, black man. And it's sad.
Let me read that real quick. Shout out to Coco with the TV. Okay, gay agenda or homosexual agenda is a term used by sectors of the Christian religious right as a disparaging way to describe the advocacy of cultural acceptance. I'm going to believe you said acceptance of LGBT people or gay people. Exactly. Again, it's a form, just like with Black Lives Matter. People think that Black Lives Matter is this disrespectful thing. Like, what was the original intent of it and how it was hijacked? Again, whenever the oppressed people even start taking matters into their own hands to bring context and nuance, there are always things in place that try to silence it. Girl, my ass. Girl, what's happening? Don't tell me I'm about to get strike, girl. Because last time I did this shit, some shit popped up, girl. Bitch, and if I get goddamn strike, girl, I'm going to motherfucking appeal it, bitch, because once again, this is under the Copyright Act, girl. I'm giving commentary, and I even gave permission for my shit to be used, girl, so let's not play these holstro games. But anyway, like, once again, we're not listening to oppressed people, and once again, during the 60s, and that's why I say history is important. Like, don't just listen to the negative part of history, but try to look at history as a whole. Try to look in the totality of history. There are still different intersections of history that we have not explored that benefit us so that we can start loving ourselves, but we haven't gotten to that because we've been told all this other shit. But going back to 60s and 70s and using it as a form of education to learn from it, hello, like I mentioned earlier, it wasn't just black rights that were being expressed or being called out to be affirmed. It was gay liberation as well. There was women's liberation as well. There was anti-war efforts as well. Oppressed people. And this is crazy, the fact that us as oppressed people keep arguing and going back and forth with each other, trying to prove each other wrong while trying to be motherfucking right all the goddamn time, not realizing that we are equal, which means everybody gonna be right and everybody gonna be wrong. Let's deal with the wrong, let's deal with the guilt and shame that comes with the wrong, and let's actually focus on fucking working on the shit that is good for us, that benefits all of us. And I'm doing my part, no shade, I'm doing my part. I'm not just having conversations with people who agree with me. If anything, I be going over in people's chats, leaving comments and stuff in the chat, telling people to drop the goddamn link, and it's up to them now. Because I'm doing my part. And I'm the one that's gay, that's supposed to be a part of this gay agenda. I should be the one running away from conversations. I should be the one who does not want to talk with individuals who consider themselves to be righteous and on the right side of nature. Why? Y'all have the power. If I was really about this agenda about destruction and here you come with the light, I should be running from your ass. Rico, you about to make this whole life into something else. I'll say this. Don't listen to old traditions only from grandma. Like, do your research. Like, even challenge what grandma said. At this point, I'm in my life to where I'm challenging every motherfucking thing. I'm challenging everything, as you should. You're trying to find out what works best for you. And in my research, again, when you're doing proper analysis and all that type of stuff, you have to look at history, because history, it establishes how we got here. Like, there had to be an origin point. There has to be something that happened in order for us to get to this point. And again, we're gonna have another live about that, cause baby. Again, this shit is so deep. And I feel like until we all start being more open-minded and challenging our own thoughts, like me, I challenge my own thoughts now, cause I'm not always right. But I'm trying to help us be right, and I gotta be right within myself in order for me to help inspire other people to be right. Let's continue.
I mean, because I got relatives. And it's motherfuckers that's going to be mad at me, but they going to have to stay mad at me.
Amen.
And they want to manipulate and gaslight the situation that we're having. I got friends who want to gaslight and manipulate the situation that they're having because they're hopeless. And they don't know no other way to come out of this and see their way out of this. Because, you desire to have a certain experience. You want to be able to enjoy yourself. You want to be able to go somewhere without being at odds with people. Because, we're more inclined to have disagreements with one another when we are amongst one another. Because of the sex thing.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with having a disagreements, girl, because obviously there's some shit there. Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and act as if though we're just in this la la land. And no, we have to pay attention to the pain. The pain is there, the hurt is there, the betrayal is there, and for us to kind of like lollygag and walk past it, like, no, girl, we're gonna have to address the pain. So yes, there's going to be opposition because there are other groups of people who don't feel validated, just like how you don't feel validated. And we need to get out of this mindset of you listen to me only and that's it. No, we're going to have to listen to each other. And if you're around those group of people, then maybe you need to find some new friends that's going to be able to bring clarity and context, who will be able to still acknowledge and affirm your experience, but have you understand that your experience is not the only experience. Yes, it's a unique experience that is happening to you, but no tea, no shade, just facts. You're not special and neither am I. Exactly. It's time to address the elephant in the room. And then we get mad when the elephant starts losing his mind and having temper tantrums and want to destroy everything. And oh my God, let's address the goddamn elephant. That's the problem. Like, we trying to get other people to address it and not do the work ourselves. No, everybody gonna have to do their fucking work. Because the gag is, as much as we sit up here and talk about lines of division and all that shit, also understand that there are groups of people who are oppressed. Many groups. And there's more opposition because you have oppressed people now finding ways to become oppressors. Because Ombience is going to get more into the experience of dating when it comes down to black men and how a lot of black men, unfortunately, have picked up this mantle of supremacy and exclusivity to where now they don't even see other human beings as human beings. They see them as fucking objects and trophies and things to be manipulated and used and abused at their whim without any sort of rectification, accountability at all.
Because everyone's fighting for power.
Right.
A power that's an illusion based on what we've decided to take on as important. But we don't know that. Mm-hmm. We're not living that. Mm-hmm. And so you have people who, they see a man in a dress, mm-hmm. and they say, well, people can't help how they were born. Well, that's just how they are, especially if they have children that fit this description. They that lack of hope. When they went from, oh my God, how did this happen, to, I can't do anything about this.
Is it a lack of hope, or is it the lack of, okay, now I got to try to understand what the fuck unconditional love means? Like, instead of demonizing it, why not try to understand it? Because it's happening right in front of your face. And we've seen what happened to individuals who once again were kicked out of their homes and demonized and exiled by those who said that loved them. So of course, when we see individuals like Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union going about the situation with goddamn Zaya, of course for us as black people, because we've never seen anything like that before and it's so foreign to us, and we've low-key been taught through religion how this experience should go as opposed to the experience that is being played out in front of us, there is a conflict that is happening. And my thing is, where is the love and grace and mercy to even see if this is a phase or not? Because you do have people who do go through phases, girl, and change. But then the scary part be like, what if it's not a phase? What if this is actually a part of their life decision, or the area where they're being guided to internally? Internally, because I grew up in a time where we wasn't as open as we are now. To where literally making the choice to walk in your truth could cost you the life that you know and have right now. And then when those people get hurt, they go out into the world and they meet other hurt people who do use money, who do use sex, who do use manipulation and intimidation over other people. There are many gay men that I've heard of that got their ass beat by other niggas. Like, but see, Sister Ombience, Brother Lance Scurv, and so many others like them would never ever understand that because they're not willing to really have the conversation. At this point, the universe is saying, for the niggas that's talking it out, you gonna have to motherfucking walk it out in this goddamn season. You're going to have to put your money where your mouth is. You're going to have to put your power where your mouth is. You're going to have to do something different. But until we have those conversations, girl, motherfuckers are only going to see their part.
And so therefore, instead of them holding on and standing on their principles, I mean, we can't, if our children decide to live a certain lifestyle, you can't force them not to.
Right.
But it
Right.
doesn't mean that you have to be in agreement with them.
That's
I
understandable.
don't care what they're doing.
That's understandable.
It doesn't mean that you should close your mouth to it every time you see them.
Okay, and also understand that when you ain't gonna close your mouth, bitch. Don't expect them to. Not saying bitch you. I'm sorry. I'm gay, so I use bitch the word bitch a lot. Everybody bitches. I be bitch sometimes myself, but don't get mad when they open when they mouth ain't closed to you either. The fuck? Especially when people have an opinion about something and they can't even really explain why they have that opinion, and when they do, they use regurgitated bullshit that they heard somebody else say. Instead of just saying, you know what, as your mother, as your father, I feel some type of way because of what people gonna think about me as a parent. It's gonna be, I have to now deal with my guilt and shame because I felt like I failed somewhere as a parent. You fail as a parent when you stop loving your fucking child. That's how you feel as a parent. And no, I'm not a parent, but I have some very good parents in my life. Okay? Very good parents. And again, they're on my YouTube channel. I had a conversation about their experiences with having LGBT children because they have a gay son and a lesbian daughter. See how the universe will gag you? What you resist will always persist. It's always so funny that those who are homophobic and transphobic end up having LGBT children or LGBT relatives, and now they gotta face their own inner homophobia and transphobia that the Bible is supposed to shield. Let's just be real. We are still under the fact that life still happens, that there's death around us, but new life means that we're still learning what God is. We're still learning what nature is. And our feeble attempt to try to put God and nature in a box is what's going to destroy us because we make our identity that fucking box as opposed to just being. To just being. And again, these are spiritual principles and laws that we over here in the West are now starting to learn, are now starting to incorporate. You have black people leaving out of religion now. You have people just in general leaving out of religion now and trying to find the God in themselves, the one place that we have been taught that God never was. Girl, this is going to be the era of, we going to know, this is the era of whether you are secure in who you are or not. Either you're gonna be secure or you're not. No shade. And what did Cat Williams say, bitch? Self-esteem. It's called self-esteem. Esteem of your motherfucking self. Girl, let me eat this other edible. Bitch, hold on.
But because of the lack of power that you have, not just in your circumstance, but in this world, you cling on to something, some form of religion to help you through what you can't control.
Right.
Whether it's a white woman.
Now, I will say this. When you start loving yourself, you won't need a crutch anymore. And maybe there's still a human side of us because we're not perfect and we're always going to have something that we need to believe in. But once you start believing and loving yourself and knowing who you are, you when you love yourself, you're not really triggered about the world outside of you because you can't change the world outside of you. And that'd be the thing. People use power and influence and intimidation and fear to control another person's experience or expression, but they'll never stop that because there will always be people in the world who is going to say, fuck y'all hoes, I'm being me. There's going to always be people in the world that says, bitch, maybe for y'all, but it ain't going to be that way for me. And when you are free in your mind and in your emotions, girl, it don't matter what the fuck happened to you outside. You have control because we do have power. Despite we may not have the outside power, or we're under the illusion that we don't have the outside power, but we have power within ourselves, in our mind, and our emotions. That's how we manifest. That's how we are the gods in our own life. The God that will never leave nor forsake. Hello, it's us. It's in us. That spark, divine spark of God is in us. And my thing is, with some of the commentary that I hear from Sister Ombience and for other individuals, there is no affirming type of energy or conversations or balancing that is happening. It is straight up, oh, we're not empowered. And what? So I mean, if I had this illusion that everywhere I fucking step, girl, there's always something there to offer resistance, girl, of course a lot of motherfuckers will give up. Of course a lot of motherfuckers will say, well, fuck your shit. If you can't beat them, bitch, beat it, beat the dick, beat them. Like, but then there are people who are loving themselves and finding who they are. There are literally been so many figures, girl, who literally went into the face of opposition and lost their fucking lives, but still had control over it because they were aware enough of that. I just hope going forward that from Landscurve podcast channel, girl, we hear some fruitful and life-giving things. Like, there's nothing wrong with addressing the issues, but can we have somebody else to talk on the issues and bring forth a resolution that benefits the majority? Let's continue.
It doesn't matter what it is, but we keep acting like we don't know why we're in this situation. And we keep going along with these narratives that are given to us. You know, I'm constantly being presented images of white men and black women together. Constantly, for no reason. For no reason at all. Other than the fact that it's some sexual transmutation that something wants to implement onto me. It wants to use my power. As powerful as I am, and I know I am, and you all know who.
So with that being said, like interracial, I do have a question for Ombience. So taking it back to slavery, what do you then say to the white people who put their lives on the line during the Underground Railroad when they were helping transport slaves from the South to the North? And I'm talking about the ones who literally was able to be empathetic and to say, you know what, I care for these black people. This is not what I would do. I don't want my legacy or my lineage to be about this. I'm going to go ahead and be the change that I seek. And if that means me losing my goddamn life and being called a nigger lover and being hung like the rest of these other black people, I'm going to do it. So what do you then say to those people? Like, are you saying that interracial relationships in its entirety is detrimental to the black community? Or could it simply be that two human beings have been able to find love in a world that tells them that the love between them is forbidden? And I get it, in a sense, Ombience. You see this happening and maybe you're not getting that experience and you want that same experience. And I do believe that I ain't gonna say I believe, I can feel that you are a black woman who is strong, who knows who she is. And if this is you right here in the goddamn picture, I already said, Ombience, you fine as hell. Okay, you fine as hell. I can be bisexual for a minute. Okay, so you have the beauty, you have the brains and the energy and the loving energy. You deserve a king. You deserve a king to honor the queendom in you. And unfortunately, a lot of the mindset of my black brothers and sisters, and even some of my black queens, don't understand how valuable they really are. And then the gag, because I just had a conversation with somebody about this yesterday, like, okay, imagine you experiencing all this shit in your life because of the horrible shit that has happened to you in reference to dating and love and all that type of stuff. But imagine what happens when the right nigga comes along. And I'm talking about the one where all the contradictions that you are putting up in your mind, all of the obstacles and stuff that you're putting up in your mind to have this man prove to you that he's the real thing. Truth is ringing in every fucking thing that not he just says, but what he does, and he is consistent in that. My question is, Sister Ombience, will you be able, in totality, be able to fully trust that man and love that man and open yourself up emotionally to that man so that you can receive that love? Because like motherfucking Earth, Wind, and Fire said, You turn down love like it's really bad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can't give what you never had. Yeah, 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 yeah. Bitch. How? How? Rico said 2022 is the year of change. That was a time to be selfish for you and plant seeds and manifest. It's the year set. Exactly. That's why a lot of people, once again, since 2020 up to now, I've been in my cocoon phase. Not because I'm afraid of the world, because I also accept and understand where the world is, or shall I say America is today. And it's in a very destructive and catastrophic state that can also affect me. But I'm learning how to not let that energy affect me. Once again, how to be in the world but not of the world. To not fall, because once again, I fall under white supremacy as well. I fall under classism as well. I still live in the fucking hood. There are people right now who wouldn't even find me desirable because I'm 31 years old, living in the goddamn hood in the same fucking house that I grew up in. I will be considered less valuable. Oh, you ain't getting to the money. You ain't. But I have so much else to offer besides money. The money coming, bitch. No shade. The money coming. Because a nigga loving himself. So, of course, this shit is happening. But what happens when the money ain't there? What happens when the power of the dollar, and a lot of people have been talking about this. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, study to show thyself approved. What do you think is going to happen when the value of the dollar drops? When these tangible things no longer have any value or worth? Then what about you as the person? So I understand where you're coming from, Ombience, when you say that you are a good person that wants good love and you want to have this idealistic version. And there's probably parts of you that's like, shit, I don't want to be with a white man, but y'all niggas is making it too hard for me, bitch. Because I see this black woman over here living her best life. Her credit score up 750, girl. She got this shit going on, all this type of stuff, being loved. But you're trying to hold on for black men, but at the same time, you have a problem with black men, as you should, because your problem is not trying to be nagging or to be destructive, but to say, hey, in order for our union, in order for our experience to be fruitful and life-giving and to be the best that it's going to be, I'm going to need for you, nigga, to make sure that you are on your king shit, because I'm going to make sure I'm on my queen shit. And that's why I'm saying, like, these conversations, like, Ombience, I would love to see you go into the manosphere and have conversations with black men about this. Hell, I would love to hear your commentary about the manosphere. No shade. Because even looking at the comments underneath the video, let me read some of them. Because once again, here it is. I'm a whole homosexual man who, according to a lot of people's ideology, I should be arguing with Ombience. I should be calling her a bitch, a hoe. I should be doing all this stuff. And meanwhile, my gay, top, leprechaun short ass is sitting here goddamn understanding her. But look at some of what these other black men have said in the comments. Someone said, Lance, why is this woman speaking? Black women have been bashing black men for over 50 years. Now black men are walking away and telling other men to leave. Another person says, black man bashing as usual. Someone says at 20 minutes and 42 seconds, Kevin Samuels section. Okay. Let me see. Okay, another black man, Black Panther 2419 says, the simple point is, who did you choose yourself, him or what somebody demand of you? You out of pocket, Miss Ombience, for saying before your own correction to him. Even better question, why do you reject us? How many of your words were to build a black man? Wow. If you had that guy with you, would you take him as is and all still making each other better? I ask because y'all can go to the channel and see that people are sitting here and are literally saying these things. But once again, Ombience is speaking about her experience as a black woman. And let's be real, historically speaking, factually speaking, black women unfortunately had to pick up the brunt end that the man was supposed to pick up and was doing his damn job. And at this point, I don't know, maybe there needs to be a role reversal. Maybe the women need to be the breadwinners and maybe the men need to be the stay-at-home dads. Because it's like, once again, a lot of these black men want to be treated like kings but don't operate as kings. And then on top of that, if you are an aware king, why are you not challenging other kings like you who perpetuate that stuff? Who, once again, these women, when they look at a black man, they see his face on your body as opposed to seeing your face. Well, maybe if you go over there and start challenging the niggas who created this illusion of what a man is, that is a broad and generalized statement, then maybe just make. So once again, people need to do their own part. For me, I need to hold my black brothers and sisters accountable, also my LGBT brothers and sisters accountable, while also being accountable myself. Just like Ombience needs to go into the manosphere and have conversations with them, and maybe some of the shit that the men are saying, she can go over to the woman's sphere, the woman's side of YouTube or whatever platform it is, and literally have conversations to translate what was being said, so that when these two different groups come together, there won't be such collision and clash, because now people are listening to each other. Hello, hello. This is what doing the work actually looks like. Challenging. Not in a way to silence someone else's voice, but to say, hello, we saying the same thing, sis. Why don't we just focus on that as opposed to the lines of division? Aries says, I am never going to understand that interracial issue. It's a lot. It's a lot. But again, hurt and pain speaks. Hurt and pain speaks, and I think we need to acknowledge the hurt and pain that's there. No shade. Things people doesn't realize, slavery was just blacks were slave owners, and they also sold slaves. And the tested theory, people don't know if slavery even exists. I mean, Rico, you have slave diaries and all that type of stuff, but you are right. Like, there were black people who sold their own slaves, their own people. Because once again, this is deeper than just slavery. Slavery is just, and racism is just a line of division to put in place that needs to be torn down, and it's gonna take black and white people, not just black people. It's gonna take, especially for America. When we're talking about the American situation, that is a different type of situation, because this is the African American experience. So, yes, black people did sell other black people, and again, going deeper than racism, it's again about money, power, control, and willing to demean people and see them as property. Not even human beings who are willing to live their best life, and they have an inalienable right. Okay, according to the Constitution, an inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness, but can't do that when they're seen as fucking animals. She definitely needs to have. Let's play the video while we continue, and I can put the comments up.
I am, whether you know me physically in flesh or you just hear my words. I'm a powerful being. Everyone knows that about me. So they seek and they desire to come after me. They want me to be with a white man real bad. Because they want to utilize what power I have. They want me to inspire this white man to build his world. Because I could inspire him in ways like no other woman could. White, black, or in between. They recognize that. But then my own brother, he want to play games. He want to be controlling. He want to be combative.
But at the same time, we have to also be accountable. This is what happens when we don't allow young black boys to grow up having emotional intelligence. I remember I saw this meme or this cartoon illustration where it was a little black boy and he had fell and scraped his knee, and he was crying. And his mom told him, oh, man up, stop crying. You're going to be up. Stop crying. Like, basically denying the human aspect of him having emotions. And imagine that shit happening for a very long time. And now you have this man trying to be with this woman, and he can't emotionally open up to her. And she's saying, why you can't open up to me? I'm trying to love you, because he's never been taught how to do that. Because of toxic masculinity and patriarchy that says that men don't have emotions, and if you show any form of emotion, you are a bitch. And for a lot of niggas, and seeing how bitch niggas are treated, don't nobody want to be that. Not realizing that when you cry and you are emotional, that is the soul's way, the spirit's way of removing all of that energy that you decided to acknowledge, which is why it hurts so much. So we also have to take into accountability the patriarchal system and the respectability politics that has placed a lot of the shit that's happening right now into play. Again, there are so many intersections and so many angles to look at this situation. It's not just ambiances, it's not just landscape, it's a lot of our different opinions and perspectives. But once again, like I said, shameless plug, girl, y'all need to drop the goddamn link so we can start having these conversations.
Be sneaky. He want to recognize my power for his benefit,
Right.
but
right.
really leave me ass out in the end.
Right, and let's be real. What they say, when they get on, they do leave your ass for a white girl. I mean, that is true. You do have a lot of black women that build these men up, and then they don't get to reap the rewards of what they're doing. But once again, they're learning that type of energy from, again, the oppressor. White supremacy, again, it's the ideology and the flow of it, what it looks like. And you have black people who want to escape the experience of being black so bad because they see what's happening, to where it's like, I will do whatever I have to be able to connect to this form of elitism, this form of exclusivity, and this form to where I don't have to worry about nigga shit no more. When in actuality, these are just niggas with money. Because if they were to lose those things that give them value, unfortunately, in this false capitalistic ass system, the love that was there, the quote unquote love that was there, would leave too. So Ombience does have a point. Black women have built up a lot of black men just for black men to shit on them. And then we create this narrative, oh, well, she wasn't shit. Well, that's funny. It's funny that I wasn't shit now, but was I not shit when your ass was sleeping on my couch? Was I not shit when I was the one that was waking up and getting up and doing shit and working and shit while your ass was struggling to write raps and shit and getting high all goddamn day, and you ain't doing nothing beneficial for your own goddamn life? But then when the big break comes, when the big hit comes, when the big single comes out and hoes know who you are, and now you're open up to this new level. Okay, you're opening yourself up to this new avenue that was not once opened up to you before, that you were not privileged to have. Now you're going to keep that privilege because you see what comes with it. And once you see what comes with it, a lot of niggas is not going to go back to that old shit. And if that means I have to sacrifice by getting this black woman who built me up and all this shit off my arm just so I can fit in with this elite group of people, then I will. But just like the one dude said, Super Sly 75 said, when you have these black men, these hurt black men who have obtained this level of supremacy in the image of, like white supremacy and stuff like that, now they're going to tell the same women who built them up that they ain't shit. Tell the same women that they ended up putting on, girl, to tell them that they're less than. But Super Sly said it's so funny. You have these high value men, quote unquote high value men, choosing high value women, and they're dying at a very young age around these high value women. I wonder if they would live longer if they were around the original women that really was standing up on them. Just Patches says, Bubs, there is some validity to some of the statements she is making. Her delivery is somewhat contradictory at the same time. Honestly, I see more narcissist tone. And here's the thing, like, she does have some valid points. She does. Especially when she talks about the situation with black men and how black men have treated her and just black women in general. That's why it's like, if we have these conversations, like if we were able to bridge the gap, like if Lance was to drop the link and me and Ombience was up there talking, like, again, she would understand or yet come to the realization that there's a lot of similarities that's happening. It's just that it may seem different and unique because of the fact that she's dealing with black men in a heterosexual excuse me, and I'm dealing with it from a same gender loving homosexual experience. It's still the same thing. It's just expressed in a different type of way. So she does have some very valid points, which is why I'm not no hating ass nigga. I'm with you when you right. Okay, but at the same time, yes, some of the things that she does say does contradict it. But that's why I say the conversation is important, because you can't sit up here and say that you want your experience to be validated, but then turn around and invalidate, if that's even a word, or not validate the experiences of another. Let's continue.
He's not even trying to take me with him
Right.
in his come up and using my power.
Exactly. There you go. That's it. Mm-hmm. 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 That's facts.
And so when you take the balls away from something, from something, a male, anything, it takes the fight out of them. And they start doing weak type things. They start displaying weak type energy.
And then on top of that, when you say weak type energy, you're low-key talking about the energy that you walk in, the feminine energy. Because in the patriarchal system, femininity is weak. It doesn't know how to defend itself. It doesn't have any power, and it needs to be protected. When, once again, you just sat up here and earlier in the commentary and said that black women are the most powerful people in the world. Why does the most powerful people need to be protected when they're walking in that power? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just asking. Let's continue.
And this, I know that there are good men out there, right? But I know me personally, in my experience, I can't say that I've ran into them or they were free when I ran into them. Because I know that I have the ability to bring out certain things in people.
Right, right.
And when a person starts to come unhinged and malfunction, most are going to be combative and ready to fight.
Yeah.
Instead of hanging in there and overcoming. And that's the aspect that I'm not going to deal with.
Correct. You should.
Because if how I'm making you feel is making you turn against me, you need to go somewhere and get your shit together.
I agree. Message.
And when you're ready, when you're truly ready, then you come see me. But gone are the days of me just hanging in there and taking the blows from a man.
Right.
Until he get his shit together. Those days are over for me.
Right. Right.
I mean, because I'm at an age and they should be at an age.
And for the man that was saying that, she's bashing black men. How she's bashing black men by what? Speaking her truth and telling the truth of a lot of women who once again become punching bags physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially, simply because, quote unquote, they're weaker than. So if you need somebody that needs to protect themselves, you can easily manipulate them because they need protection. And shout out to the women that are saying, no, nigga, fuck you. I'm not dealing with this shit. And you're not the only nigga on earth, girl. You're not. And I'm so glad you're not, girl. Because at this point, bitch, I would eat some pussy too if you was doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm proud of Ombience knowing her worth. And knowing that she's worth more than just her looks or just what she can bring sexually. I'm trying to remember. Where is that thing? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Where it was this guy who was speaking about what masculine is if you didn't have these other attributes besides this shit. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got it somewhere. Where's it at? Hold on a second, y'all. Cause that shit was like, oh shit. I don't know if I won't be able to do it because it seems like it's deleted. Fuck. Oh no, it's not deleted. It's not deleted. I'm trying to find it, y'all. Y'all give me a second. Again, this is impromptu. I ask that y'all please like the video. Please like it so that we can get this channel up in the algorithms, girl. Okay? If you fuck with BubzDaGawd, please hit a like. That's all I ask. You ain't gotta share if you don't want to. Just hit the like button for a nigga. You know? I'm trying to find this thing, this video. I think I might have to put it on my fuck, I ain't gonna be able to find it. Damn, I ain't gonna be able to find it. Nope, I ain't gonna be able to find it. I'll see if I can find a girl, but he was just speaking about what masculinity is, and basically, if you take away power, if you take away sex, and you take away intimidation, what do you have as a man in the masculine energy? What does that look like? If you take away all of the man-made constructs and the social constructs of what quote unquote a man is, how do you then operate in your masculinity, or shall I say, how do you operate in your masculinity spiritually? Because when you do things in spirit, it transcends the physical realm. So, what do you look like when you transcend the physical realm? What do you look like when you transcend these stigmas and stereotypes and just placements and labels of what a man is or what masculine is? What happens? Who are you at your source? Not these labels or these accessories that you've put on, but who are you in core essence? Let's continue, because we still got
And
some
so
ways to go in this video,
until
y'all.
the black man, they keep making things,
Right, Coco.
they keep updating the rules of the game, but you can't update the rules of the game when it comes to the nature of things. And so, and they're updating, that's continually pushing us further and further away from the power that's within us. They're telling us that it's the man that the woman should be bowing down to. It's the man that the woman, someone sent me a video recently, and we had a little falling out behind this video involving this Andrew Tate character. Clearly an agent. His agenda is all about, he's being used to continually push men and women apart. Because, and even a Samuel, what's his name? Kevin Samuel. I know he's no longer here. He's transitioned. But I wasn't in agreement with that brother.
Me either.
And the reason why is, when you talk about the problem, the only way you're going to get down to the nitty gritty of it is if you talk about what caused the problem. The initial causing of the problem.
The root. Yep.
Because the initial causing of the problem is the agenda. See, because we didn't just wake up one day and become what society has deemed us to be, this global narrative that is given to us of darker hue all over this world. We didn't just wake up one day. And see, when you have that hopelessness, what are we going to do? Then you start taking on this religion in hopes to manipulate things to help you have a better experience.
Right.
You personally. But it's not about the whole. That which will be the most fulfilling, having a better experience. Right. It's kind of like now how people have sex and they're always desiring someone else and something else. You got some people who just have insatiable appetites. They got to have diversity and variety and so on and so forth. But even those, there's always someone they meet or have met that was so mind-blowing that they could have just stuck to that one person.
That's true.
But outside of that, there's always that lack of fulfillment. And that's what happens when you're always pushing an agenda and manipulating a story only in your favor. You're always going to have some feeling of feeling inadequate or not being fulfilled, because it's not happening to the whole. The love is just not all over the place. See, when love is all over the place, that's when it becomes fulfilling.
Then what's stopping you from actually doing that? What's stopping you from actually giving that love to LGBT people? What's stopping you from giving that love to interracial people or situations? What's wrong with sharing that love with other people. And they're still black, so you're still showing love to blackness. So why are we struggling in the application? Because once again, the title of the lie that Lance did was just Ombience that you're looking at right now. It's called Sex Magic. I'm still trying to figure out where the sex magic came into place. I don't know if it was just mentioned in the beginning that one time and that's it, because we still have some videos to go, some time to go. But as you see the pictures, you have the interracial couple, you have the same sex male couple, the same sex woman couple, and you got women out here with their titties and ass out, like they just did a Luke Bass video. Get on up and shake that booty, don't. You know. But where is that love at? Where's the love for these people on the screen? Is there any love that you're going to show them, especially since you understand that love needs to be everywhere? You're aware of that. You're cognitive of that. So with that being said, why is it difficult for you to put that into application, especially against people that you don't understand? And I get it, if you apply that same love to people who use and abuse you, then yeah, get the fuck out, because you can only take so much. You know, also don't be a fool, be wise. But I'm talking about for the people who are able to comprehend that love, who are able to accept that love, and then give that same love back to you. I don't know, it was just very interesting. You said love needs to be all over the place, but when the opportunity comes for that to happen, there's a struggle in the application.
And worth everything. And so these characters out here that are constantly pushing how women, in particular black women, are this and that, but they never look into all is mental. These things they call universal laws, there's a universal law for a reason.
Correct.
I mean, even sex transmutation plays a role in that. But when you're always looking at things from some given narrative, some man-made thing, there's no room for spirituality. And I think about how this brother, I don't know what, I'm not going to even refer to this dude as my brother, this Andrew Tate character, because he's supposed to be a Muslim. But he couldn't stop referring to a woman as a bitch. And I'm trying to do the math on that. Is that some updated version of the new Muslim? See, these updates keep fucking with us. And so he goes on to say how it is, if you want to make a man happy, you have to feed into his ego, i.e. his vanity. A man is consumed with his status.
Right, that's true.
His status. So he wants to use classism as a form of getting to where he desires to get to.
Right, you're absolutely
He
right.
believes classism is, and sexism is the way for him to be able to get to where he can have a better experience. Now,
And he's not even using his money and his, I guess, sexual prowess in a healthy and life-giving way. Like, imagine if he was able to concentrate that energy that he's feeling into the woman that helped create him, the woman that helped inspire him, the woman that was helping to be the backbone in his success. If anything, the person that helped you should be also reaping the rewards of what happened. So I do agree with that. Like, but again, it goes back to toxic masculinity and patriarchy, as far as these things are used, money and classism and power is used as dominion over others, because that's their way of controlling the world outside of them. That's when it's very toxic. When you try to control the world outside of you, it becomes very toxic, because you will lose your damn mind. And these motherfuckers get this money, but they have to continue to spend millions of dollars and continue to lie and continue to keep up this false sense of identity. But when you start loving yourself internally, it doesn't matter what happens outside of you externally. You get to control your peace. You get to control that, and you can be successful. Again, those people you brought up in reference to think rich or whatever the case may be, these self-help books that use sexuality or use sex as a part of their chapter is trying to teach people how to use that energy for yourself. Again, power is neutral. It's about the intent behind it. And a lot of our brothers and sisters don't understand that they're using these things in a way that is intended to destroy everybody and not intended to help everybody. Let's continue.
I'm trying to understand how status, a man's status, is good for anyone. Because if you're only choosing a woman that feeds your ego,
right,
how is that helping her? How is that helping the seed that comes from that? How is that even helping humanity as a whole? If everything is about making you look good, who's to say that you have the right spirit? What is looking good to you? Is that the need to be superior to those that are in your household? I mean, looking good. Now, there's a difference between looking good and being good.
Right, correct.
But that's not a status thing. That's just a spiritual thing, a maturity thing.
Correct. That is true.
A true class thing. So you just want someone to look the part, but you don't want them to be the part.
Exactly.
Obviously not, because you keep referring to women as bitches. I mean, he said it so many times. And to see these various females on the stage that were supposed to represent an array of different minds, but they all behave the same way, and they were easily going along with his bullshit and not calling him out on his bullshit. Because no one's talking about the depths of why the woman is the way she is and the man is the way he is. Because that's what we got to get down to. Because that plays into the whole, if you don't know your past, you don't know your future.
Come on now. Come on. Yep.
Because whenever there's an energy where something wants to subdue and be superior to anything else, there's always going to be a conflict. Always. I don't care what the dynamics is. There is no way that a woman just submitting to a man, all on the strength of his vanity,
right,
his ego, his need for status, is going to produce continually a generation of children that are going to be life-giving in their actions.
And you know what? I do agree with that. I do definitely agree with that. I feel like if a lot of our black brothers would access the king in them, the king that doesn't need affirmation outside of them but can affirm themselves, like the feminine energy that's expressed through women in reference to heterosexuality, there would be something in them that they would not mind. And I don't even want to say submissive as far as do what the fuck you want to do to me. Like, if you want to just beat me up and throw me across the wall and fracture my ribs, do that. No. But be like, I'm willing to trust. I've got to a place to where I'm willing to trust you and be vulnerable with you. But see, a real king would be able to understand that vulnerability, and also in his kingship would be able to be vulnerable with you as his wife, as his queen. And for at that moment in time, labels don't matter. Man, woman doesn't matter. Father, mother doesn't matter. None of these labels matter when we're having this connection. We are equals in this situation, as far as there might be certain strengths that I have where you are weak in, and vice versa, to where it's a partnership. It's like more of a partnership. Like if you have a partnership, if you get into start a business with somebody else, you would want this person to show up as their full potential self, just like you can, so you can have a very successful business. and create a beautiful, successful enterprise that has longevity. But these individuals are not, they're not mentally and emotionally developed. And it's easier for people to just get the money. It's easier for them to get the money. But it's not easy for people to challenge their mindsets and their thought patterns and their emotional habitual patterns that they have that keeps them manifesting the fuck shit that they're experiencing. And because these people are not healing and they're bleeding their hurt and pain out to other people who also don't know how to fucking heal, no wonder this shit continues. But there's so much. There's so much. And like I said, Sister Ombience is speaking facts. Like, there are a lot of black women who have put in the work to support black men and have been shitted on. And I think that side of blackness needs to be honored, loved, and healed. Just like these men have to heal from whatever happened to them so that they can show up as a better evolved version of a man or a king or what it is that you want now, so that these fruitful and life-giving relationships and marriages and experiences can actually happen for the majority, if not the majority of the whole.
It's just going to continually create what already is. And so I look at these females on this stage and how he was using a form of mind control on them to silence them. You know, and the hive mind that was taking place on that stage was mind-blowing. That no one had a grandfatherly form of wisdom on that stage. And the white chick, the European chick whose channel it was, and all her advertisement, her pushing herself and her sitting back and watching all this and benefiting off of it as usual. While she got her man somewhere under total control, inspiring him to build her a Taj Mahal. She's sitting back watching these black women and this Andrew Tate, because all these sisters had some black in them. And this Andrew Tate character, I don't know really what he is. Is he black? And so if the question becomes, if he's not, why is he sitting in the seat of a black man with 5 black women around him? What picture is being painted here that it is the black woman that needs to be corrected? And you see, I see that in my personal life. You know, I spoke in my recent video that I did on Ombience 1 on how I was upset, because you go through life and sometimes you get upset. It's an emotion. It happens. You know, you just can't let it be your everyday thing.
Right.
But who gives someone the right to handle me as though I'm upset all the time? That comes from the global narrative. That someone feels the need to defuse me.
Well, and I do agree there are going to be some people who are going to diffuse you, and I feel like there are other people who want to understand where the anger comes from. Because just like you're entitled to have anger as a human being, so does other people. Other people have a right to be angry as well. So I think we need to be focusing on what has caused the anger, because for us to be completely 100% right, it's not going to happen. There's going to always be something within us that are going to bring forth our own work and what we need to do. Because even though, you know, you speak about your experiences and being angry, like, still deal with that anger. Don't just be angry and let that anger, because I mean, no tea, no shade, from the commentary that I've seen from you, again, it does come from a place of fear and anger. And I could be wrong. I'm just going off of the videos that you have put up. But once again, instead of just labeling you as an angry black woman and writing you off, here it is. I'm asking questions to understand. And I ain't got no ulterior motive because I'm gay. I'm not trying to fuck. Okay? I'm just simply trying to understand. So once again, I appreciate you sharing your experience, but now that you're sharing your experience, what can we do to help elevate not just your experience, but the experiences of other black people as well, including black women? Because society perceives a black woman to be the sassy, angry one. Understand? And no tea, no shade. There are some people who do have a right to be angry, especially if their life is not being validated. But my thing is that's not going to always be the case, because there are going to be people that will come into your life who will validate you in ways that maybe a lot of us ain't even ready for, because we haven't validated ourselves. We've been waiting for other people to do it. So all this stuff is a learning curve and a learning lesson. Yes, acknowledge and challenge the individuals outside of you who are also playing a part in disrupting your experience of life, but also remind yourself that you have the power to overcome that. Again, it's about how you look at it.
To always be trying to check me and put me in my place, not allowing me to go through the necessary process in order to self-heal, to self-check, to self-monitor. There's always something that has a need to control the black woman. Why is that? You know, I think about these shields, these family shields. When they have the lion and they have a unicorn, and the lion is sitting there on the throne freely without any type of anything to hold it in captivity. No chain, no leash. But it is the unicorn that it has on the leash. The unicorn. I mean, think about it. The narrative we've always been given about the unicorn is that it represents rainbows and beautiful things and, a rarity. But yet and still, why is that on the chain and not the lion? The thing that can attack you, the ferocious thing. Did they cut off the balls of the lion? And is that why it's sitting there so meekly?
No. First of all, it's the motherfucking lion. As we've been told, lion is the king of the jungle. And when you the king of your own shit, you will walk around that shit comfortably. Okay? You ain't gonna be worried about a motherfucking thing, because when you walk in your own shit and you know that everybody else is gonna bow down to you, and you wish an antelope would, you wish a giraffe would, you wish a goddamn bison would, you wish a hyena would, you wish a goddamn tiger would, when you're the king of the jungle. But I guess to use the analogy that you shared about, having the chain around the unicorn's neck, I guess in a sense it's about shackling and suppressing this creative energy, this creative aspect that helps us to become better human beings, to keep that under leash and chain. Meanwhile, this old energy, this old way of thinking, this monolithic, destructive viewpoint of control is still there. And we be gagging about the lion and nuts and shit like that. Don't you know that nuts, let's talk about nuts. Don't you know that nuts is the most sensitive part on the male body? If you fling that shit a little hard, niggas will drop to their damn knees. So it's so funny that this is such a powerful place, but yet if it sprung a little bit, girl, everybody fucked up. And even the lion ain't shit. If it gets a goddamn thorn in its paw, it's gonna be fucked up. All type of shit. And on top of that, don't the unicorn have the horn? Won't you stab this motherfucker through the eye or something? Or hell, since it's unicorn, y'all talking about the gays, or maybe we need to get a motherfucking nigga to drill the lion in his ass, girl, to get him to calm it down. Calm it down. Let's continue. And y'all, this damn shit popped up on my screen, which means the quality of the shit gonna be low. I don't know what's going on. Whenever And that's the thing with me and Ombience and Lance that I do agree with. I feel like people have the right to freedom of speech. Let them fucking say what the fuck they want to say without it being monitored or controlled. The truth gonna come out. The truth gonna come out. If niggas out here talking crazy out the side of their mouth and I'm talking crazy out the side of my neck, let me talk and then crack my face with the facts so that I can look like a dumbass in front of everybody and everybody will stop. But girl, that's not happening, girl. If anything, hoes be quiet and they try to censor and shit. But anyway, let's continue.
His balls is gone. So they didn't chained him up already. This experience, like, people have a hard time seeing in between the lines because the indoctrination, and they think it's theirs. You know, I had one of my people tell me how their grandson is somewhere where the sun is out, they're vacationing, and he wants to come back home to this white sky and white ground and seclude himself and separate himself. And all these things that we think we're supposed to be doing aren't even our thoughts. Because in a better climate, in a better environment, and better circumstances, we will behave totally different. Totally different. Especially since that whole 2020 thing, this whole separation. People are more inclined due to the being led into the caves, being led into staying away from people, because the hostility it wasn't just a attack on the physical body as far as the sickness that was taking place in 2020. It was all the deprivation,
Right.
all the
Right.
unsatisfaction,
Right.
and the lack of being fulfilled that caused the disgruntledness in people. All the cabin fever caused people to act up once they were released. That was all done by design. And you got people who they can do the math on that, or you got people who can't do the math on that, but they can't do the math on anything else, especially if it's affecting their agenda. Everybody pushing their agenda, and then they wondering why the world's so fucked up. Why we having this experience? Why we always killing each other? Why black women always like this, and why black men is always like that? Because you always pushing your agenda, motherfucker.
Is it the fact that people not being heard? Because once again, when people are hurt, they bleed out on other people. So when you have other people from different experiences speaking about a particular experience from another group of people that is factually there, nobody wants to deal with that. And that's the problem. It's going to continue to be all these different type of agendas because ain't nobody listening. Y'all trying to have this one viewpoint of what it looks like that doesn't involve everybody else, because y'all can't even find the humanity in other people. You automatically demonize them, but then have the nerve and the unmitigated gall to sit here and to want people to validate your experience. At this point, is it like take a number and we all wait? I don't know. And no tea, no shade, in 2020, all the way up to now, going into 2023, there was a lot of death and destruction. There was a lot of divorces and families breaking up and businesses going out and all these other type of stuff. But at the same time, because once again, it's never a period, it's a comma. Throw some commas, yeah. There were people who just said, I just needed at least a week or two to be able to rest, and they ended up getting almost a damn year, and we getting stimulus checks to be able to help my ass too. So some people said, yes, now I can focus on the business goal and career that I wanted to do. Now I have the money and the resources and the time to do it. There have been people who marriages were falling apart, and because they had to stay in the house and they were being financially taken care of, they had the opportunity to focus on their marriage. And there was a lot of baby, I'm sorry. There was a lot of makeup sex. There was a lot of accountability that happened that strengthened relationships and marriages. The same thing can be said for families. There may have been some siblings and against their parents who, because of that 2020 experience, was able to strengthen that, because daddy always misses my football games and mommy always misses my ballet recitals. But now mommy and daddy have a chance to spend time with me to help strengthen that. So once again, God is in everything. We just have to be open-minded enough to be able to see it. And it's going to be difficult for a lot of us, especially when we grew up in a society that has already, you talking about people's ideologies, who have already created these ideologies on how to hate other people. And it's hate because nobody can bring up facts. Nobody can bring up the harm that is being done, an overwhelming amount of factual evidence. Nobody does. It's based on what I feel and what I believe. Okay, but what is the truth? What can be objectively goddamn seen? And we're living in an era now to where, baby, if you want to be validated, you got to validate other people. Do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. It is so simple. But maybe it's not very simple. So until we start loving each other, like you said, Ombience, love across the board, love all around the room, it's going to be more agendas. And all these agendas are basically saying, we want to be included as well. We want to be treated as human beings as well.
And people will push their agenda. They can be, and they know they can be dead wrong about a subject. They rather change the subject. They'll rather use some form of charismatic energy, some people, to act like you didn't say what you just said. Like that Andrew Tate dude did on there when they brought up the whole marriage thing. And one female was talking about how mentioned something about the contract of marriage or whatever, and being a business, and so on and so forth. And one of them made a comment about, well, that's not what marriage is. Marriage is about the union of a woman and a man. And we all know that when you sign a contract, it's a contract. It don't have nothing to do with love. It has everything to do with moves being made, and how he came in like a handler and changed the subject real quick in a direction, to direct it away from anyone stepping in and saying, well, yeah, that's what a contract is. Like getting down, like, how when you have conversations, anything can come out of a conversation. That's why they're trying to censor people in words. Anything can happen when people can be inspired by others' words. Right. And I know that's why I have so much issues with, the shit I went through yesterday with just that video that I uploaded on my channel. I went through so much shit, like shit that don't even make sense. Like literally every time I tried to upload the video on YouTube, it was only going to shorts. It would only put it in as though I wanted to make a short out of it, which was only a 20-second thing. And so I never went through with it because I clearly seen that it was taking me to the process of completing a short. I never completed it. I kept just trying to go back and to upload a video. But yet and still, once I completed the video itself and attempting to upload it to my drive, somehow that 20-second video ended up in my drive. Now, how could that happen when I uploaded the video before I even went to YouTube? So I know my power here. And I know the players in my life and all the games that's being played. And I also know why they created this certain atmosphere for people like myself. This global narrative that everyone is given into. To come up against their own salvation. To play along with the narrative that's clearly not in their favor. And they believe that these things that are given to them are the answer. But they don't believe the things that are being taken away from them or the things that they're being diverted from are not the answer. They can't do the math on that. See? That's what happens when you become indoctrinated.
Mm.
And then you start pushing your own agenda. And so, with that being said, my point is, when it comes to the black woman, we are the answer. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Mm.
We exude sexual energy. That is just an innate thing. Our sensuality is an innate thing that most have to learn. Whether they're learning it from the woman around them that had to learn it themselves, it's something that's just innately in the black woman.
Yeah.
Innately.
Yeah.
Not in some, not in a couple, but that's just a common thread.
So what do you then say to some of the black men who have had destructive experiences with black women? Because you do have those things too. So is it safe to say that all black women have that love? Or would you say that the black women have that love, it's just those particular black women were not in touch or in tuned with that type of love? But I do agree, like my mother, I love my mom. I love my mom. And a lot of black men have good rapports with their mother. Like, that's the woman in their life. Just like a lot of daughters, you know, in reference to their fathers. That's what they say. That's the first man that their daughters fall in love with, is their father. But what happens when those people don't have those experiences? Then what? How do they receive that type of love? How can somebody who was hurt by a woman before, plenty of times, finally get in contact with Ombience? How is he going to be able to honor and validate the goddess in Ombience that wants to validate the God within him? You know? And that's why I love these conversations, because once again, like, this is what a conversation is supposed to be like. Like, we're exchanging facts back and forth with each other, not in a way to shut them down or you dumb and you stupid, but like, no, let's look at it this way. Okay, well, let's look at it this way. Okay, let's figure some shit out now. This is what needs to be happening. And I've never once raised my voice. I never once called her out her name. I never once disrespected her or assassinated her character. But some of the thought processes, I'm kind of like, okay, let's dig deeper into this. Let's try to figure out more about this, because once again, Ombience is not the only black woman that feels this way. There are black cis women who feel this type of way about black men. There are trans women that feel this type of way, some type of way about black men. There are other men and gay black men that feel some type of way about black men. So this is a bigger conversation that everybody needs to have. And I'm talking about a real inclusion. Because Ombience, you said that black women are the answer. Then why is the answer not solving the problem? If you're the answer, girl. When you're the answer's there. Do they not want to receive the answer? Are they afraid to receive the answer? And then what do you say to individuals like myself who are same gender loving, who are not attracted to, physically and sexually attracted to women? Am I missing the answer too? Or can I validate that feminine energy that brings forth the answers, girl, that also exudes from another flamboyant feminine gay man who is naturally that way?
And it is that they seek to destroy, to take away the black man's power, to neuter him. But you can't do the math on it because your ego, because you can't make up for what they take away from you. So you make up for it in other ways that still is a part of their agenda. That's what they want you to do. That's what they need you to do. And when you can't do the math on what they're presenting to you and how you keep falling for the okie doke, you keep going in a direction that they want you to go into. So is there a reason why a lot of black men that reach a certain success are always 9 times out of 10 end up being white women? You think that's just by happenstance? I mean, we know that the black man just didn't wake up and decide one day that he desired white women. There was a slow walking into it.
Yeah, but he came up on that day when he made that choice.
To make it make sense one day.
Mm-hmm.
That's how this agenda is. It's like gentrifying. You destroy a neighborhood.
But you just sat there and just said earlier how you are not going to sit up here and wait for black men to get their shit together when they need to be getting their shit together. And then when they come into power via money, because again, a capitalistic system, and now they're benefiting, they're seeing this new level or this new opportunity that they never were offered before this whole glow up stuff happens. Like, they're not able to really appreciate what they have, first of all, to even get them to this point. But now that they got to this point, it's like, okay, thank you for the ride, girl, Uber lady, and then it's on to the next. It's on to the next. That's why these conversations are important. That's why I appreciate people like Ombience, people like Ron Vugada, I appreciate people willing to walk in their truth despite how other people might feel. I'm just trying to find a way to understand it so that I can show up as a better human being to love on these people and also love people like them. Instead of doing what a lot of people do, which is now I have to hate you, now I have to berate you. I don't. Ooh-wee.
Neighborhood on purpose. And then when you come in and you rebuild it and turn it into something that it was never, it could have never been visualized to actually be. It makes sense. Wow, they took that place wasn't shit. And look at they took it and look what they made it into. Logically, it looks like it makes sense. But that's someone's individual agenda being pushed and manipulation being pushed to trash a place, to trash a thing that they desire and they want. So they can come and have his way with it and then glorify itself for the outcome that the inspiration that came from that place gave it.
Right.
And so they got black men making sense of all their ways, their choices of the woman they choose to be with when they gain a certain amount of influence and power and money. Or they have all the reasons in the world to be with another man because they just hate black women and their ways. They mama wasn't shit. They sisters ain't shit. They got problems. But they not realizing how everything that's been shaped and molded in order for them to even have the mindset to even choose this option to choose something as a logical option, period.
And let's continue this too. Like when you're talking about LGBT, gay men, black men wanting other black men, there are plenty of profiles that say no black, no femme, no fast, no femme. You have black men who are just fetishized just for their physical appearance, and that's it. Like, I think when people reach a certain status where, when it comes down to money, to where they literally bought all their time back, because that's why people want money so much, because you're literally buying your time. Even though your time is free, you're buying it back from a capitalistic system. You don't have to support or actually participate working in a capitalistic system that is meant to drain you. You get to control your own narrative. Instead of them learning how to evolve and grow with their money, and even using their money and giving their money back to the community in fruitful and life-giving ways, not just turkeys on Thanksgiving and presents on Christmas and just come through and I'm gonna throw 20 grand in the air, but I'm talking about like mental health institutions, to have our own black businesses, black banks, our own stuff to create the black dollar. They're not doing that. But once again, they've reached a certain level or status that makes them feel like they're exempt from all that stuff. Like, you literally have black people right now, like with Master P and his son, and 50 Cent and his son, where it's like, oh, they need to get up and they need to work and they need to do all this shit and get the shit together. I mean, I understand. Use the money that's given to you and turn that into a money thing for yourself, because that's the righteous thing to do. But then again, with black men, a lot of them just use the money as though the money is a band-aid for everything. If I mentally scar you, here goes some money for a new bag. Here, I bought you a new car, here you go. When I physically abuse you, here go $1,200, go get your hair done and your nails done. When I abuse you spiritually, there seems like money is always, or tangible objects is always, the remedy, and that's the problem. Because once again, you have these men who do end up getting on and then choosing other people because they have access to this different level of elitism that they never had before. But then these individuals only fuck with them because of what they have. And when that shit is gone, then what? Then what? This shit is deep. This shit is deep, but it also shows the human, where a lot of us in humanity is, where we are so, we're looking down at people, but we're looking down on them at the wrong thing. I feel like the only time you should look down on somebody is when you're helping to pick them up or to pull them up. That's the only time you look down on somebody else. But now for a lot of these people, because this power that everybody wants really is a false one, because these people who get this power have to keep lying, have to keep stealing, have to keep killing, have to keep doing these low vibrational stuff in order to bring this money in. That money eventually is not going to mean anything. But right now for these niggas, it means a lot to them because they have a form of control now. And they're not using it in a fruitful and life-giving way. Again, you have black men now that are not turning black women into queens to be, when you use the analogy of them building the Taj Mahal off the beauty and inspiration of a woman, I feel like in a healthy way, it would, the king energy would be able to honor the queen energy and vice versa, because both of y'all are royalty. So there has to be a level of treatment and a level or a certain type of experience that is required in order for this royal union to stay a royal union between the king and the queen. So I feel like Ombience and even me and individuals like us, we need to continue to hold black men accountable and help them to rise to a higher version of themselves, because this version that a lot of black men are in is a very destructive one. And that's why I talk about, once again, self-love, because everybody getting checked. All energies, whether it's high energy, mid energy, low energy, all energies are going to be checked, and whatever the fuck you are giving out, you're going to get that back. So that's why a lot of these men in the manosphere are hurting, and why they getting on the microphone and crying out about how black women is the problem, when all of us is the motherfucking problem, because we've all been indoctrinated into shit that literally excludes other people's experiences. Again, if we're indoctrinated to believe a certain thing and not to believe another thing, it's going to create division. But then when the time comes for us to actually talk, here it is. I've been live for 2 hours, something minutes, only one person in the chat. But if I was talking about some sexual shit, if I was on this motherfucker with my shirt off and I was being all nasty, freaky, the numbers would go up. So even now, like these type of conversations, a lot of people, it just shows where we are in America, to where a lot of us don't want to talk about this because it involves us. And we don't want to talk about shit that involves us unless it benefits us, not realizing that us doing our shadow work benefits us the fucking most, because we low-key put a cheat code in to remove all of our own hubris, to remove our own bullshit, so that we can see clearly. And no tea, no shade, all facts. When your ass is looking clearly, it becomes scary, because you realize how many people don't want to look at it clearly. And that's all around the spectrum. It ain't just one particular group of people. It's all of us. This is, again, a human being issue that we need to deal with as fucking human beings. Again, Bub said drop the link.
You've been shaped. It's all a matter of advertisement and marketing in this system. You market something.
Right. Capitalism.
Right? And so
profiting off
when you
pain,
got
yes.
competition, it'd be a lot of dirty things going on behind the scenes in various industries where you got people. This is why they can't really succeed in their agenda, because they have destroyed their competitions for the most part along the way in various ways. Some of their competition they bought up, and some of them situations they bought them up forcefully.
Yep. And even though that happened, understand spiritually, the same motherfuckers that did that shit, Spirit about to come up and buy up all they shit, and them hoes in debt. Because right now we see these powerful individuals are now being challenged by Spirit. And that's something that money can't protect your ass from. That's something that you can't buy your way of excluding yourself. You can't. Ain't no amount of money that can be given to make motherfuckers exempt from life. So even though they've done this horrible shit, understand that these people who've done this horrible shit is going to have horrible shit happen to them tenfold. That's why you continue to love yourself and do what you do, because Spirit gonna handle motherfuckers. Y'all talking about Mother Nature and shit. Mother Nature finna do what the fuck she does best. Okay, being Mother Nature. Okay, and Mother Nature is putting that energy out for everybody. And y'all gagging because it's not just gays. It's the heterosexuals too. It's not just white. It's black people too. It ain't just gay, LGBT and shit. It's trans too. It's a lot of us. A lot of us. Baby, we ain't ready for that kind of teaching, but we better get ready.
They may have taken people off the game. They may killed someone, family member, to be able to create the circumstances to make it make sense on why they bought up somebody's business.
Yeah, and there's gonna always
this is why they can't really get their footing in their agenda, because they created so many enemies. And so, just like with the whole weed game, the whole propaganda they pushed about weed.
Right.
And then they threw a black man in the whole situation in there. See how they do it?
Right. Yep. That's true.
Everything about this, when they talk about life's a stage, and the stage of life, everything is about marketing and advertisement in this society. It's about presenting an image of something to control how others view it. Therefore, controlling what people buy into and what they don't buy into. And the people just keep going for it. And as far as our people is concerned, they are totally, they're marginalizing us out of our own innate rhythm. Our own, everything natural about us is being slowly but surely depleted. I mean, to the point where the AI, I mean, because you dealing with an agenda that's slowly, you got an agenda that's taking place by a group that's dying out. And so then their agenda is based on their survival, not your survival. Now they're going to use what you have as a resource in order for them to survive. Because when they do all their scientific studies on prolonging life and the fountain of youth, you best believe it is our DNA that they're using in order to implement those things. They're not going to use a recessive gene. It only makes sense for them to use what's dominant, what already shows its ability to withstand the test of time. And so they keep gentrifying you, and you walking around here willy-nilly with you a white girl on your arm, with you a nigga on your arm, not realizing that you being played like a motherfucking fiddle. They gentrifying everything that's connected to you, including you, if they have, so they can go ahead and take all the DNA they need from you. And so they, whatever their findings are, they can weaponize it against you without you knowing. They can recognize how sulfur affects your body, and they can drop that shit on you. They can gain knowledge of how aluminum affects your body, and they can drop it on you, make you think the way you motherfucking think. All irrational. Make you all mental in the head, make you all unrelatable and shit. Because you have secluded yourself. You have set yourself aside out of protection, so you feel.
Interesting.
And you have this unnecessary sense of superiority to the point where motherfuckers can't even relate to you. And so sometimes you gotta attach yourself to what motherfucking can relate to, because you're trying to push your own agenda. And I'm not saying this to damper a motherfucker, to be into it with a motherfucker. I know motherfuckers gonna be mad at me, because that's what happens when motherfuckers speak the truth. That's when shit undeniable, and especially if he can infringe upon their agenda, their personal agenda. But what I'm saying is these personal agendas ain't working for us. It's only leading to a demise.
But these are the people that are in America, though. There are interracial people in America that have been here during slavery, when niggas both motherfuckers was getting fucked up. The same thing with LGBT. Once again, like I said, the 60s and 70s, girl, you just talked about the research and history. Hello. 60s and 70s, there was LGBT liberation and women's rights liberation. Like, there were people, again, who were oppressed, who were sick and tired of being oppressed. But Ombience, girl, you're not the only person that's oppressed. And I think that's the issue that a lot of black people are probably going to have with me, is because us as black people, I feel like we have, what's the word I'm looking for? Self-appointed racism and discrimination to be exclusively our identity. Like it's only happening to us and not anybody else. Now, in a sense, I can understand. We've seen other people be oppressed and get reparations and get what they wanted. Again, when the Holocaust happened, the people who were the victims in that situation were rectified for that. Native Americans, they were rectified for that. Asian hate, they were rectified for that. LGBT, they were able to get rights and all this other type of stuff of protection. So as far as black people is concerned, I get it. As far as, wait a minute, factually speaking, we the ones that helped build this country. It's the blood, sweat, and tears of my ancestors is the reason why this country is as prosperous as it is. And meanwhile, the descendants of those slaves did not receive anything. So yes, I can understand there being an anger there. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that even though a motherfucker gay, I don't financially benefit from that. Just because a motherfucker gay, I don't have like an extra upping in life. If anything, it's just to include me in the situation that I wasn't able to be included in before. And you can't help it when there's people who have not been included and they do all they can to work as hard as they can to actually manifest what they want now that they have the opportunity to do so. And once again, Ombience, you're literally trying to get people to understand your opinion as a black woman and how black women are looked over, used, and abused, pimped for their time, their talents, and their money, and that's it, in their body. And here I am as a black gay man who is literally agreeing with you and saying, yes, that is unfortunately the case for a lot of black women. But what I'm also trying to get you to understand is that the experience is not exclusive to black women. Just like racism and discrimination is not exclusive to just black people. At the end of the day, discrimination means that you're discriminating or judging against somebody harshly based off of an opinion or a viewpoint or perspective. At this point, y'all want to make these agendas disappear? Make them one big ass agenda about human rights. Do that. Do that. Take all the other oppressed groups together and bring them all together and become a group of people who want to be the change in the world. And when you think about it, it's always been the oppressed people who always push for evolution and change. Black people, even though they were oppressed during the 60s and 70s, came together, which I hope we can do, and fucking rectify our bullshit and actually become united under a healthy monolithic view of blackness that includes all intersections. I mean, it happened before in the 60s and 70s. But now, once again, just like the 60s and 70s, it's trying to teach us in history that we have to come together now. And if we don't erase these lines of division, we will continue to participate in this destructive behavior. So, Sister Ombience, you want people to validate your experience as a black woman, you have to validate other people's experiences. That's how it works. Because there's going to be people who are simply going to choose not to understand you. There are people in the world who are going to choose to disregard your experience and your stories, which are a part of fact because it happened. But instead of focusing on the motherfuckers who are making the choice to not validate you, why not focus your attention on the ones who do?
A demise not just of the physical body, but the spiritual body, the mental body, the intellectual body, the emotional body. And no one can get a grip of this thing. You know, we got all these agents within our own community, and their thought and their belief has been solidified. They have literally they paid homage and they pledge allegiance to their enemy. That's just what they do. Some of them have been born and raised in a generational situation that's made them like this, and that's all they know because they have been crafted and molded into a certain narrative. They don't even know they self, just like many of us. I don't even know myself. I know that something is trying to stand in the way of me getting to know who I am.
Right.
Because there's no way that this illusion that we're living is how I'm supposed to be living.
Exactly.
And so these choices do not tell us who we are.
But if anything, I feel like some of these choices at least give us a foundational understanding to build a foundation to figure out who we are. Because I feel like everybody needs some sort of a reference point to build upon. You need something to build upon. You need a stepping stone to step upon. But I think what happens is that when we've made these stepping stones the complete part of our identity is where we go wrong. And again, we live in a world, in a society where a lot of people, like you said, don't know who they are. They believe in conformity. They want you to conform. And these people that are conforming are simply conforming because they want to fit in. They don't want to stand out. Because when you stand out, you face ridicule and opposition, even to the point to where you can have your life taken away from you. Hopefully, that's why I'm just going to do my part. I'm just going to simply do my part, because the individuals who want to understand, the individuals who can see the bigger picture spiritually for real, are going to come along and connect. And yes, we may not agree on everything. That's perfectly fine. I feel like you can still connect with other people and not agree with them wholeheartedly. We can at least agree to disagree. There should be beauty in that. And I hope that we can get to that point to where we can express that. But I don't really hear anything in this commentary that is bringing that. No shade. It's addressing the problem and no shade to the problem. But I hope going forward that we have more conversations that bridge the gap from the problem to the actual solution.
This way of living that's been forced upon us does not tell us who we really are. No one really knows who they really are in this situation. No one.
Really?
You just have people who try to find a way to get in and fit in. That's all everybody doing is fitting in. Because this is someone else's fantasy. This is someone else's illusion, and they just keep pushing their agenda.
But you're talking about people's experiences. Like, there's different types of experience. Like, for example, me, my ass, I'm not out here having promiscuous sex. I'm not out here slinging my dick around. I'm not out here passing around STIs and STDs. I ain't out here fucking married men. I ain't out here fucking destroying homes and shit like that. But I'm still gay, though. You get what I'm saying? Like, we have to get to know people's experiences, because even some of the stuff that you said can be considered stereotypes and broad generalizations. Some people could even say some of the stuff that I had said was a broad generalization. And if so, let's have the conversation so we can break it down, because I also understand that everybody does not act the same way, or that everybody's not going to act or participate in a stereotype. So instead of focusing on the ones who participate in the stereotype, maybe we should encourage and uplift the ones who are able to escape those stereotypes, strengthen each other, and then go back into those areas and help uplift and encourage and awaken other individuals who are knowingly or unknowingly participating in those stereotypes. I don't know.
I mean, to the point where now, when you look at Canada and that whole euthanasia, and how this division that humanity is just buying into, of staying away. You know what I'm saying? It's like our bodies become further and further and further and further and further away from each other. The children don't want to connect to the parents, and the parents don't want to connect to the children, and all this floating further away, to where we don't have any type of love for one another. I mean, I'm talking about to the point upon death. Motherfuckers don't even, the whole death game, people have been desensitized from that. I mean, that's a reason why so many deaths was occurring in our community, so we can become desensitized to the loss of ourselves. Right. Further gentrifying, so they can have their way with our bodies, our DNA, in the grave and beyond the grave and out the grave. How they playing us. I mean, they playing us like a motherfucker. And you see it, and it's evident everywhere you look. I see the game that's being played, and how we keep buying into this shit. Because of our emotions, and because of all the various pitfalls that they have put in place in our lives. And we have taken that shit on wholeheartedly, and we can't get past it, and we can't get beyond it. We're not healing properly, down to the core of what needs to take place. Right. We're finding all these escapes on how we can deal with shit to just make things, just let me deal with this until the time comes. I got to do something just to try to just make it. Right. And how we begin to settle. When the revolution starts within. Yes. Start healing from within. Yeah, I agree. That's it. So imagine. I'm with you when you're right. Everyone rejecting you. Imagine no one giving you your props. Everyone around you. Because there was a time where we only got that from society, from those outside of our community. But how that seeped into our community. Yeah. And that need for us to always be accepted, when it was even in just our community, when all we had was each other, and we were only getting a rejection from those outside of our community, but always was desiring to be part. Yeah. That's where we fall short at, when we always desiring to be a part of something that don't want us. But imagine, how does that make you feel? And so the question becomes, why was that make you feel bad? That those that don't have a leg to stand on, that don't have no integrity, that you don't even like, why would they make you feel bad because they reject you?
No shade. No shade. No
I mean, this
shade.
whole ideology, holding on to the ideal of something, is leaving us fucked up.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Continually leaving us fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Because we think that we just, it's this self-driven thing is supposed to help somehow fulfill us. So we be reaching for anything that we can. Because I don't care how much success a motherfucker gains in this world. If they're authentic, I'm talking about when they go and close doors, they depressed. If they're authentic in who they are behind closed doors and depression and all that type of shit, it's no way in hell that any material thing is going to bring you out of it.
Yeah.
When the answer is really how we interact with one another. That is a true joy
there you go.
Of our experience here.
Yeah.
And our connection to the Most High.
So in that expression of the connection to the Most High and humanity, going forward, are you going to have conversations with those of the LGBT community? Are you going to have conversations with those who are in interracial marriages just to understand their perspective? Like, are you going to be the change that you seek? Because you have a whole same gender loving man who is agreeing with what you're saying and is willing to have these type of conversations. So are you willing to do your part? Because at the end of the day, even though we may be dealing with our own individual stuff, we still have to do our part. Just like you said, healing from the inside. We have to be active in that healing. We have to choose to participate in that healing. But how can people participate in healing when the society around them doesn't affirm or try to give them an idea of what healing looks like? And then when we've seen these groups of people who, once again, who, like you said, who are, why are you trying to fit in with groups of people who don't like you? Well, then these same individuals go outside of that group and create their own communities. Now there's more division. And then when you see these people succeeding in their own craft and their own energy, now we demonize that. But you just said that these people don't like me, don't fuck with me. They don't want me a part of their community. But here I am thriving on my own or with my own people. Or there might be some people who are part of the whole who are all about inclusion, because there are people who are part of the system who do have a open mind and want to share and utilize their platform and their resources for other people. Like, you have that, but then when that happens, it's a demonizing thing. For example, just like you said earlier, when there is a gay character introduced inside of a damn television show, now there's an agenda. Is it an agenda, or could there also be more inclusion? Like, we have to really factor everything in. We have to try to make sense of everything. It's not just one particular perspective. There's going to have to be an amalgamation, because once again, you can't slay a dragon from one angle. You need team work. There is no I in team, but there is me. A M and a E, that's in team. So again, you have to participate actively in your own healing. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. The church hasn't taught them how to do that. Their mother and father haven't taught them how to do that. So how are you going to be able to learn something that you don't know? That's why I'm so grateful about the internet, because you get to decide what you want to learn. And then you have to test it. You have to put it in application to see if it works for you. And I'm asking or challenging Ombience and Landscurve to actually do that. Have public conversations with those who are interracial. Have public conversation with those who are same gender loving, those who are trans women. Have those conversations with those people publicly and do your part. If you healed, show other motherfuckers how to heal. at least give them the opportunity, and y'all not even giving them the opportunity to even be healed by those who claim themselves to be healers.
Because there's always a reminder of how important you are. Because look at the gift I gave you. Look what I gave you. This is how important you are. And then as a result, you see your own importance. Therefore, you see the importance in others. And then it just becomes a thing that's just contagious. And when a person goes, they go by choice. And they go with a smile on their face to the next level. Because there's just no way that we should be battling the way that we are in this experience. It ain't even about that. Other than the fact that you just got a warmongering spirit amongst us who's mad at themselves, first and foremost. They have a great sense of inadequacy. And they always pushing it on everybody else, just like everybody else do. You got that from your father. He always not happy with himself. Always comparing himself to something and somebody.
We all do it.
And the more something else and somebody displays the greatness, that's what he wants to come up against the most. Because his importance all lies in his inadequacies and how he can feel more superior than someone else, even if it's all an act. If he can just put on the act, act. How, you taking on that same spirit like your father. How you be putting on the act, be walking around here pumped up because you driving your car, or you got that woman, or you got this, that, and that for others to see, and you all on social media, displaying this and showing off that, and then when you behind closed doors, your shit fucked up, however way it may be.
Yeah, that's true.
You just like your father. Because if you got joy, you gonna have joy in all situations.
Okay. Message.
In all situations. When a person is quote unquote happy, they're gonna be happy in all situations. And so you got a government that is creating difficulties in people's lives. And then allowing people to choose death because of the false circumstances that have been created. Come on now. You gonna let your motherfucking enemy do you like that? You gonna let the enemy do you like that?
Okay.
I mean, you gonna let these motherfuckers watch you from the cradle to the grave.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all listen to me. Hold on. Nigga. I'm sorry, somebody called me.
To implement their plan and their agenda from the cradle to the grave.
So if that's the case, that's why community should be stressed and be more important. Because we're going to need a community or a group of people that are able to come together and use the energy that they would normally use to put into the system to keep the system going, to put it within the community and then build from that. Like us as a black people, we can learn a lot from the Arabic community. We can learn a lot from the Latino community. We can learn a lot from the Oriental community who usually come into black spaces and dominate the black dollar. So we gonna have to use our resources, and once again, it's going to take the intersections of blackness. And to be honest, once we transcend the intersections of blackness, then we'll be able to connect with other groups of people who don't identify as black, but identify under the oppression that is happening to them, the quality of life that is happening to them. Because once again, it's just not black people's lives who have these diversions created and put in place to keep them downtrodden, to keep them destroying each other, and it's in this dilapidated state. Again, it's LGBT people, it's interracial people, all the people that's on this goddamn screen are people who are oppressed. Even when you look at these women who look like they're part of Peak Valley, did you watch the damn show to understand the stories of how there are women who literally was doing this as a quick way to be able to pay their bills, or a quick way to be able to pay for college? And then on top of that, a lot of these men out here want to fuck them for free. So at least I'm not mad at the women saying, well, if you gonna motherfucking get this fantasy, nigga, you gonna have to pay for this fantasy. I don't see that as a problem, as women at least having some sort of ownership over their body. But see, we will never know these experiences and even believe them to be true. That's why when we struggle, or like Lance Scurv and all these other people struggle, when you have LGBT people who can actually live fruitful and life-giving lives, it baffles their mind, because they've been taught and indoctrinated to believe that LGBT people are this. But then when they see what LGBT people really are, then there's some sort of conflict happening now, because what you talking about, my daddy, you talking about daddies and stuff, what my daddy taught me about LGBT, because Lance Scurv said he learned all that he learned about LGBT from Christopher Street. Just that one street was just this paramount step to just have this blanketed generalization over LGBT people. But then when people like myself come into the chat, or people like CTV or Reckless Logic or Hope Giselle or T.S. Madison or Joseph Williams, a misunderstood social worker, and all of these other countless fucking YB Entertainment, when you have these motherfuckers coming to the cut, girl, now all of a sudden no link wants to be dropped, no conversation wants to be had, because now here comes something completely different. And if you acknowledge us, now you have to acknowledge that y'all got to do your part to actually figure a motherfucker out now. And a lot of times people going to be like, why I'm going to figure you out when you ain't even trying to figure me out? But then when you have people try to figure you out, girl, y'all can't give that same grace and mercy. Like Ombience, I want to believe what you said in reference to love and honoring the God in themselves and being happy choosing to be happy all the time within self, despite what's happening outside. But then when the opportunity comes for you to do that, you're not doing that. At least not publicly in reference to LGBT and even interracial, because all those things come with a negative connotation to it, and you don't even know the full fucking truth. You're going off of you talking about people going off of how they feel and what they know. You going off what you feel and what you know, and what you feel and what you know about these other experiences are not entirely true, not in the way that you believe them to be. And if they are, please present the facts. I'm all for learning, and I'm not beyond reproach. That's from man or woman, dog, cat, don't matter. But based off of what I've seen thus far, as far as your commentary and what we're listening to now, it's speaking from an emotional place as well. Because when you actually love yourself and you're healing in your shit, you actually walk that shit out. You start having conversations with people who differ from you and try to find the gray area. And even if your ass get chewed up, even if you get used and abused and stuff, you understand that you did your part and that Spirit's going to do its part. Are you doing your part to bring forth love into the world? Are you doing your part to bring this higher sense of spiritual awareness into the world over as many spectrums as possible? Not just black, heterosexual, cis. But are you exploring, are you expounding that love? Are you sharing that love? Are you giving that love to all the intersections within blackness? That's the question. We almost done, y'all. Shit,
I mean, what? And again, our only power is in one another. We are in this struggle together when it's all said and done.
So why is we having these pissing competitions and dick and pussy measuring competitions when we know this at the end of the day? If you truly genuinely know this, Ombience, why are you not taking this time, instead of speaking about the problems only, why are you not offering the solutions on how we can love each other? Why are you not bringing contextual nuanced, open-minded conversation to the perspective like, yes, I can see it from this perspective, but I also got to be objective, y'all, and see it over here. Like, where's that objective experience? Because objectivity is a part of self-love too, because you're willing to look at the truth, and even if the truth stings your ass or whatever the case may be, you can deal with the truth and realize the truth is here to set me free. So once again, I hope going forward with your commentary, you start to employ a lot of that love, because no tea, no shade, all facts from the commentary that I've heard about you, because I do pay attention to the channel. And yes, I've heard somebody say, oh, well, if you're really about this channel, you will be commenting on and affirming some of the stuff. Well, if we have the goddamn conversation, you will understand I'm going to affirm all this stuff. I'm just giving critiques on the things that y'all don't understand. That's the only issue, especially if you say you're about community. Okay, nigga, we about to really see who's about community. Because just like you said, at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And the sad part is that it always takes destruction or something horrible, horrific to happen in order for us to do that. Why do we have to wait until some sort of life-altering situation happens that we cannot control to actually start to see the camaraderie in other people? It kind of goes back to the question I had asked Ron Vugada when he was speaking about trans women and how trans women are not good people and that they don't deserve to be around kids. And I use the analogy, well, what if you had heart surgery? What if you needed heart surgery and the only person in the area that was able to save your life was a trans woman who was the closest heart surgeon, because this was an immediate type of surgery? Would you allow them to work on you and save your life, or would you fully stand in your belief? And he said, well, if it's for the betterment of my life and for me to live, then yeah, let her do it. What? So once again, utilizing people's gifts and talents when they benefit you, but you deny their humanity. Excuse me. You deny their humanity. So hopefully going forward, Ombience, you will be able to learn, to validate people's humanity. Hopefully. Especially since you want your humanity to be affirmed and validated and loved and appreciated.
But you have to be able to look at the game and see it for what it is.
True.
The bully always goes after what it can say, what it's most threatened by. It always goes after what it's most threatened by. And so if you can't sit back and just analyze that and then apply it to what you're seeing, and began to reverse engineer what it's attempting to make you so you don't be the threat. Because I'm more of a threat now than I've ever been to this hidden force.
Yeah, because
I am more of a threat than I've ever been.
You're an educated black woman, exactly.
And you all know my situation.
I don't know much about your situation, no shade. I don't. I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel.
And so even it's push in giving this global narrative that will never in this society allow people to come to my aid, to come to my rescue. Because it's like, to me, we at a point in the game where these things had to be implemented. I had to be seen in a certain fashion. I mean, I look at, there was a point in time, because this is how I see this world, because this is how it is. There was a time where I had disconnected from my phone, and evidently there was something taking place between my phone and my body, my mind, that this thing needed. And I dropped the phone at a very important time in this process. And so what it did was, in less than a week apart, my sons encountered situations where they both had to be injected with something. This is before 2020.
Interesting.
And I kept telling myself and those close to me, there was going to come a time where it'll be presented what was going on. What is the chances of someone's children both receiving injections? Grown. They grown. You understand what I'm saying? These ain't children. They my children, but they grown children.
Correct. Right.
What's the chances of circumstances coming up that will cause these two children to receive injections? And then in both circumstances, I was away from the situation. And when I got the word, they was already being released. They was being, not already, but all of a sudden they was being released from hospitals. Soon as I got the word to be on my way. And so when I look at my son's behavior, and see, for someone who has to lie to themselves because they already feel hopeless, you can't really talk to them about what's really taking place, because their helplessness, it weakens them. It doesn't strengthen them.
Right.
Like, they don't look at the circumstance and say, that's some bullshit, I ain't going for that by any means, because they don't have the mental capability or faith to do whatever it takes, not from some ego point of view. See, that's how you also know when people are in the ego, because they're afraid of how they're going to respond. So therefore they have to lie to themselves so they don't end up doing something irrational, when that's not what it's even about. It's about having faith, letting the fire start to burn, and let it burn where it may, not where you want it to be. But see, when you lack faith, you can't. And so again, when I look at my situation, I know how powerful I am. I know who I am in regards to what's going on in this world, and they know who I am.
You are a black woman who was educated, who you didn't fall into the pitfalls that were put in place for black women. And there are so many other black women. I mean, I don't know your situation. I don't know if you're married. I don't know if you're single. I don't know. But, I mean, I'm going to just make the assumption, and I could be wrong. If I am, please correct me. Because, again, you is fine. And I hope that I hope a king do snatch you up. Okay? A real king. But, I mean, I'm going to assume that, you raise your kids on your own. Look at what you did as a black woman to do that. How you had to take care of two human beings, and two human beings that you can't raise to be men, but you can at least raise them on how to treat women, or at least how a man should treat a woman. Like, there's still a part of you that is responsible in they're evolving and their upgrades and stuff. So, it's there is so much power in oppressed groups. And the reason why there's so much power is because these oppressed people did not fall victim to what, unfortunately, a lot of their other oppressed brothers and sisters fell victim to. How many people have attempted self-deletion and unfortunately succeeded? How many people who said, fuck it, I'm going to conform, I'm going to join this, I'm going to do this. But the fact that you're willing to stand 10 toes the fuck down, 2 kids and all, as a black woman in America, knowing how black women are treated at large by toxic masculinity and patriarchy, you found your strength, and you need to be honored for that. But at the same time, there are other groups of people who have found their strength, and I think it's time for us to find solidarity in our strength as oppressed people who are willing to come together and to destroy the label of oppressed, and to really be free, and to really manifest what is in our I don't know if it's a Declaration of Independence or something, but where it speaks that all men are created equal and that we have an inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness, to actually manifest that. But in order for us to do that, we have to talk to each other. You just talked about community, and one big thing about community and what makes community strong, one of the pillars of foundation is communication. And it's a lot of emotional work that needs to be done. There's a lot of mental work that needs to be done. There's a lot of unhealthy self-destructive behaviors that is going on all across the fucking spectrum that we need to rewind, that we need to revert and destroy and build something completely new. And I'm giving people the call to action. Because goddamn it, I was called to the motherfucking action. And my ass still preparing for the action because the action ain't really popped off yet. Let's continue because we almost done, y'all. And these munchies is kicking in.
And all the haters around me, because they have purposely, artificially created these haters. I mean, some of these haters have been placed on some generational shit. That's how complex it is. But for the most part, the average person has been turned into a hater due to the hostile environment that the agenda has pushed through the indoctrination of the people. The reality shows, the video games, hip hop,
right.
the movies,
Right.
bang, 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 bang. Do you actually think this is not a part of the marketing and the strategy that's being used for a motherfucker to buy into some shit or not buy into some shit? You think they haven't mastered discrediting their competition?
Of course, they've mastered that. You're right.
So that was what they discredit the most. Is their biggest threat. Duh. You watch football, don't you? It don't matter whether it's football over there, over here. The arrogance. The arrogance of this place to even call the sport football. And indoctrinate you to go on along with it. Yeah, they're running the ball with their feet. But they're not using their feet per se outside of kicking the ball every once in a while. But they've indoctrinated you not to even question that term.
But my thing is, even if it is, so what? Football, soccer, it's the same goddamn thing. I mean, people gonna call it what they gonna call it. Tomato, tomato. Potato, patata. It's still the same damn thing. So, okay.
And so you keep wondering why you have no power. It's because you ain't fucking properly.
What do you then say to the people who ain't fucking? Shouldn't they be the most powerful motherfuckers in the world? The ones who ain't busting nuts? Because I don't bust nuts every day. I want to. I ain't gonna hold you. I want to. I was very good in my 20s and my 30s. I wouldn't mind having one motherfucker to come through consistently and throw that ass back. I got my ladder. Amen. But what do you then say to those who don't do that? And not fucking better, because there's niggas out here there are women and men out here that's getting turned the fuck out. I just watched a video of old Stormy's forecast, shout out to Stormy off of Bigo, where it was this 19-year-old boy named Jaden that was falling in love with this 39-year-old nigga named motherfucking O-West. And Jaden ass was talking about, all the people I done fucked with, you know, it was him. I wanted him. There's a lot of shit going on all in all the motherfucking communities. But even if you want to take that deeper, I mean, that's not just a homosexual thing. There are plenty of women right now that's with old ass, dusty ass niggas shooting all types of goddamn powder dust out they damn tip. They got balls, but yet they shooting out powdered eggs. I don't get it. But again, it's the I'm ready to focus on community. I'm ready to focus on healing. I'm ready to focus on manifesting this idea or this version of life that I think can happen for everybody, where everybody can be included. Like, why is that such a scary thing for people to accept? And better yet, why is it so scary for us to actually walk that shit out? And if we as the people don't get our shit together, we cannot sit up here and feel some type of, you know what? I just had a revelation. Speaking of revelation, of course the book and the Bible Revelations and how hellish and scary it is. My interpretation and reason why it's called Revelation is because, girl, we're going to finally be met with something that is so destructive and so jarring and terrifying that even us acting like human beings was going to be too goddamn late, because we've had so much time to actually connect to that human being part. You have people who have literally, before television, would write novels and books sharing their stories. Then we got television. Television was used to show people's lives and every type of shit. Now we're living in the era of the internet, where we can connect with a motherfucking Indonesia in a matter of fucking seconds. We're being open to different expressions and viewpoints of how people live their fucking life. We've had so many times to see how other people get along, and we don't fucking get along, and then we feel some type of way when hell finds us. Of course, girl. Now when hell comes, y'all want to be about community, but it's not even a real community, because then that community is being created out of convenience. So my thing is, does it have to take death and destruction for us to actually start like fucking to be like human beings and treat each other like human beings? Because if that's what the fuck it's got to take, the universe has no problem. Again, the universe is not a fucking respecter of person, bitch. It's going to get everybody. And when I mean everybody, I mean everybody. Let's finish, y'all.
You ain't fucking properly. So many of you take the sex game so literal. You hear a woman moan and groan and you just lose your mind. Instead of allowing it to inspire you. Inspire you properly.
Are you saying you want to get your nut ambiance? Is the women not
And
getting
put
their
that
nuts?
moan
That's
and
what I
groan
heard.
and that song in your heart. To say, what can I do to make such a sound? Have a better experience. But you so me driven. Me, I. A man alone is really not shit. This is why they so upset with the woman. Because they know innately we are their answer. But they want us to be their answer how they see fit. And how they see fit is the narrative that's been given that continually put us in a fucked up situation. Because they have the same spirit as their father. The superiority. Respect me just because of this. Respect me because I got money. Respect me because I'm a man. It don't have nothing to do with how they treat others.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they do with the success they've gained. It don't have nothing to do with that. They can. It's okay for them to play the game where they do a little good here, but for the most part, they ain't shit. They can't be questioned.
Right.
They want to put them. They want to put themselves above the Most High. Well, it's the Most High for a reason. That automatically just puts you below it. But they mad. They want to challenge themselves in that area. Beat on their chest. You fucking wrong, right? You fucking wrong. You got this sex thing all motherfucking wrong. And this is why they, you got these young boys out here, they just want to get their thing sucked.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a reason why they're pushing that in songs. It's a reason why they're gentrifying the importance of the cuckoo.
But I also think too, and we have to also be honest, like there are some things that black men want. I, we gonna both sides gonna have to listen to each other, girl. It ain't just one side is wrong and one side is right, girl. It's a bunch of wrong and a bunch of right. Cause y'all be talking about, oh, your father wasn't shit, your father wasn't shit. But what about some of these men who was raised by women who wasn't shit? Women who didn't validate them as men. Women who, y'all talk about emasculation, was emasculating them whenever they cried or whatever, or reprimanding them when they had it, and then wonder why they struggle to have meaningful emotional connections with women, and why they only see sex as a fucking act and not a spiritual act, but just a physical, carnal, temporal, lustful type of act to where they can get that feeling from anybody because they're not getting anything else. And when you talk about these rich men and shit like that, let's not act like these rich men are just having wives being presented to them. There are still some women who got ulterior motives. Oh, bitch, I'm a cat. Bitch, I'm gonna get me a baller, bitch. I'm gonna get me a baller, bitch. See how he was looking at me? There are some women that want men to buy them shit and to play, and they play into that toxic masculinity and that patriarchy. To where it's like, okay, well, nigga, if you gonna fuck me, you gotta spend a Birkin bag, 5-6 figures. Like, if you're going to use me, like I know you're going to use me, at least I'm gonna get some out of this shit too. So there is a response on both sides that is happening. Baby, I hope y'all ready for this conversation. At this point, bitch, I need for y'all to get as much weed as y'all can, as much edibles as y'all can, because, baby, we gonna need to roll up and spark a few of the motherfuckers up, bitch. We gonna have niggas in rotation, bitch, having these damn conversations, girl, because you talking about the ego. You talking about individual egos. Just imagine what's gonna happen dealing with the collective ego. That's gonna be the fucking problem. Baby, is y'all ready or is y'all ready, girl? Because it's coming.
And these children
No
are
pun
being
intended.
indoctrinated into believing this is true. And then wonder why they keep losing their friends. And they become desensitized and they no longer care about their own life. And then they euthanized.
But where is
So
this
it just comes so
love?
natural, bro.
But where is this love that you're speaking about? This overwhelming sense of love, especially with you being a black woman and black women are expressing this love. Why? Because a lot of these niggas be crying out for love. Like if you listen to these rapper songs, not just the hot pop shit, the hot shit that's on the charts, but like listen to their albums, they be crying out for help. They be wanting their goddamn dad in their life. They be wanting their brother and sister who was there that didn't judge them and love them in their goddamn life. They be wanting that love. So what are we doing as a community that which we're failing them? Because if we were operating in a sense of real, true, genuine love, baby, that love will be able to find the right crack, the right crevice to seep into in reference to this hardened up shell around their heart. That's why we have to renew our minds and not harden our hearts. A lot of black men have hard hearts because they have to survive. So once again, we have to talk to these people. That's why I appreciate and watch YouTube videos and channels of individuals who go into these dangerous areas in the hood and stuff and actually talk to people. And these people are going into these hoods. They're not being robbed. They're not being murdered. If anything, oh my God, it's so-and-so TV. We about to be on internet, yo. We about to go viral. They see it as a way to have their story told. We as black people all around are going to have to do better. And I feel like it's possible. Because again, with the 60s and 70s, Lance Love bringing that up, I'm going to bring that shit up too. Based on my own research and even the research that I'm still doing. Black people were talking about blackness in a healthy way. Yes, we understood the disparaging, you know, roadblocks in front of us, but we also was talking with each other and communicating with each other on how the fuck we was gonna overcome this shit too. I think that unity in us is not dead. It's damn near dead. It's hanging on by a thread, but that thread is an everlasting thread. That's why God's grace, mercy, and I ain't talking about the religious God. I'm talking about the God, whatever you want to call it, the one, the higher being, the creator of all these things, whatever that expression is or that thing is for you. That grace and mercy is sufficient, because even when it seems like there is no hope left, once you actually tap into the hope for real, and sometimes we have to get to the lowest part of the bottom of the barrel in order for us to realize that we have no choice to go but up. And when we've reached rock bottom, thank God we've reached the rock bottom, because now we can ascend. And if you want to go farther, sometimes you have to descend. You have to pull it back and let it go before you can actually shoot somewhere. So there has to be opposition. There has to be that, but it doesn't have to be in an unhealthy way. It could be seen as a healthy way. It could be seen as a way of training yourself. That's why I'm saying, Ombience, you have the opportunity now to go into these spaces. You've been invited by an individual at BubzDaGawd to come into the LGBT gay agenda space that y'all say we in and speak your truth. And you have somebody who is willing to work through their own triggers, their own ego, to be able to translate what you're saying in a way to where we can start working on the similarities. Enough with the differences. They want us to focus on that. That is the one thing that keeps us away from each other, is the fact of our differences. Once we start focusing on our similarities, I promise you, and really walk in love, I promise you, things will change. But now again, Spirit is saying, which of you hoes is actually in love? And when I say hoes, I mean everybody. I use bitch and hoe very loosely. That's just part of my lingo. But who is really under the community, the umbrella of love? And I feel like, Ombience, you have the opportunity in the Lance, you have the chance to actually implement that. And if you don't feel comfortable with having individuals like myself on the platform, Lance said multiple times that he knows people who are gay, masculine men who don't fit or play into the quote-unquote gay agenda. Had a ass come up on your live and have us come talk to them. You ain't even got to talk to us. Allow us to have a gay conversation on your platform. You can have gay men who agree with what you believe in and what you think, to have conversations with gay individuals like myself who have an opposing viewpoint. Like, y'all can still do community work even if you don't want to talk to the motherfuckers. There's still ways around the shit. What's up, Tantra meditation? And we need to meditate too. You better smoke that blunt and meditate. All right, let's continue, because we at the end, y'all. I've been doing, I can't believe it's almost 4 hours, and I said I wasn't gonna do a live until New Year's.
Oh, so natural. And so while people out there trying to usurp and absorb it and all that type of shit and take it for themselves and run and all that type of shit, if you taking something from someone else or something else constantly, you can never be all you come to be because you'll always have to be tied into that source. And I'm not the most high, but I'm telling you that whatever's in you, you have the ability to go ahead and take it to the next level. But don't be trying to trick people into believing you the shit and you not, or using somebody else shit to pretend like you the shit.
Right.
Because you still gonna be unfulfilled at the end of the day, if not angrier, because at the fact that you don't either have access to that source anymore, or you just not that. Like, you just gotta have your own sex properly, and it gotta be done right.
So what does that look like?
So you can feel it all through the world.
So what does that sex look like? What is it? How does that happen?
This motherfuckers is just not fucking properly.
But that's the thing, like, okay, motherfuckers ain't fucking properly. Okay, girl, how do they fuck? Tell them how you want your titties licked and sucked on. Tell them how you want your goddamn the back of your neck to be licked on and shit. Tell them how you want the twat ate from the back. Let them niggas know that they gotta lick it before they stick it. Like, what does it look like? What does proper sex? And the title's labeled Sex Magic, and girl, we only touched on that briefly, but that's okay, girl. It is what it is. Again, I believe Lance Scurv uses shit as springboard conversations, and I'm for that. No problem. But what does that look like? Does anybody in the comments want to explain to them or to me what their version of fucking properly looks like? What does that look like to you? Doubting Thomas, what does that look like to you? Coco, Just Patches, anybody that's in the comment section, like, just let me know, what does righteous, proper, fruitful, and life-giving sex look like for you? What is happening in that moment for you? Let's continue.
That's what it all boils down to.
So if you fuck properly, the LGBT is gonna go away. If you fuck properly, the interracial people is going to go away. If you fuck properly, the video hoe is gonna go away. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Got yin and yang, baby. That's 6 and 9. Baby, do the math. Do the math on that 3 right there. That 369. That 369 is some heavy shit, man. That is intercourse. That is the course of life right there. And I know most of y'all can't wrap y'all thoughts around it long enough to even implement it in your life. Because you didn't develop such a hater mentality that ego, soon as they present some bullshit from somebody else, you go respond with some ego shit. But I just wanted to speak on that. And yes, hit that like button. Guys, hell.
Okay, girl, we done. Yeah, hit the like button. Okay. Ombience, I see some of your points. Okay? Because a real hater is going to deny what is objectively there. And if I hate on somebody else, I will be hating myself. That's how it works. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. I just believe it and try my best to educate myself so I can operate in it. You know what I'm saying? I would love for Lance to like set up conversations between a black man and a black woman. Like have Ombience have with another cis heterosexual man so that y'all can really get down to it, because y'all are like the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? I like niggas. But I would love to be able to hear the conversation and what the dialogue would seem like. You know what I mean? I wonder what that would sound like. And I'm curious. Like, and once again, I'll be honest, if you don't want to wait on Lance, again, CTV, Conscious TV, baby, he be having all type of goddamn 10, 11, 12, 13 hour goddamn lives, girl, where your ass can go over there and get up there and express your experience as a black woman and it be validated, because he be windmilling for women. He really windmills for truth, but the truth is supporting a lot of women. Because then you have these men from the manosphere who come over to those sectors and can't effectively express how they feel or what the fuck they want because they have no emotional intelligence. Meanwhile, you have a same gender loving man who expresses himself in a very feminine way, down to the hair and the makeup, who is literally having the conversations and facilitating the conversations that the privilege can't even have. Aleister Crowley was big on sex magic. Yep. And that's the thing about sex. Like, we need to have more spiritual education about sex, because just like you said, sex is mental as well as physical. It is. SEX, Sacred Energy Exchange. That's why I love Alexis K. Tyler, because even though she uses a lot of vulgarity, and I live for it because I love a motherfucker with colorful language, girl. Just, yes, wrap it all up in the colorful truth. But she speaks about sex in a high vibratory way, and getting us to understand the spiritual is it's more than just busting a nut. It's more than just it's more than just those 15 seconds of intense pleasure, but what is going on in your mind during that moment. And if you know that moment feels so good for you, why are you not trying to make sure that your partner is experiencing that same feeling as well, especially if you love them? And I feel like even for those people who do have casual sex, I feel like once again, sex is an energy thing and it's neutral. It's about your intention. There are people out there who have sex from a healing standpoint that is able to go here and unlock all type of blockages and shit, be busting motherfuckers root chakras open, girl, and just the whole kundalini energy just full fall through because they was stopped up in that first and second fucking chakra point. We need to have more responsible conversations about sex because we're just having the lustful, temporal, purely carnal, physical aspect of sex as far as a release. Because no tea, no shade. When you bust a nut, bitch, everything fades away, everything fades away. You don't even care no more. Especially in those moments. Now, when you have your post-nut clarity, then it's some bullshit. But if we were operating in a real self-loving type of way, the energy would be the same before the nut and after the nut. If anything, it would be more solidified after the nut because you didn't connect it with this person on a spiritual level, and they're aware. Imagine two aware people having sex, two spiritually aware people making love with each other. That's a beautiful thing, and that's something that transcends physicality and because we're talking about spirit. So yes, that energy, that fruitful and life-giving sexual energy can happen between two men, two women, a man and a woman. It can happen in a solo act, girl. It's about what the intention is and how you utilize it. And yes, there is a point of us that has to actually acknowledge ourselves first. There is a point where we have to go into a reclusive cocoon stage so that we can include ourselves in it because we're the ones that's missing it. When you do your real spiritual work, you start to low-key learn how to have detachments from the physical world because you understand the physical world is temporal. You cannot take that shit with you when you fucking die. And it really doesn't bring true peace. It brings freedom and all this stuff outside of you. But like you said, once again, motherfuckers have all this money, this power, this influence where society says that you should be happy, you should be good, but get behind closed doors, and like you said, Ombience, are still dealing with depression. Got the millions in the bank. When it comes down to anything tangible with finances, girl, they have reached a means to an end, girl. They have all their time. And meanwhile, the money, no matter how much they have, is able to erase the guilt and shame and the things that they feel. But when you love yourself, you end up locking yourself away for figure out who you are. That's where I am right now. I had to walk away from bomb-ass individuals who were spiritually more aware than me and inclined than me to where I'm like, bitch, fuck this shit. I gotta go away and apply this shit to myself to find the God in me. Because if these motherfuckers die or something happen to them, girl, I'm not about to be stuck in this bitch. I'm going to find my own power and liberate myself. So yes, you need to be away from people, first of all, to figure out what the fuck your energy feels like. Like, take a self-assessment within yourself without having other people around you to influence that energy. Or you choose what influences your energy. And once you start becoming familiar with your own energy and strengthening that and building a stronger bond with self, then you can go into the world and not fall victim to the bullshit that the majority is falling victim to. To once again be in the world, but not of it. When we talk about the narrative of the Bible, I don't believe the Bible is the truth within itself, but it's a goddamn signpost to the truth, girl. There was a big part of the narrative where Christ's ass was gone from the book. He was gone for a hot ass minute and then showed up in his 30s. He had to go away to figure out who the fuck he was. Even when he had to go away for 40 days and 40 nights to get away from you niggas, because he understood how the devil was going to tempt his ass. The devil, lower vibrations, whatever you want to call it, is already tempting hoes and getting hoes to actually affiliate with it and associate with it. He had to step away from himself to figure out who he is, so that when he was tempted with this temporal bullshit, it's like, bitch, there's nothing you can give me on this planet that is going to add up to the power that I have that's already been in me and bestowed unto me by my creator, girl. I ain't gotta sell my goddamn soul, bitch. And again, when I say bitch, I'm not talking about you, Ombience. I'm a gay man. I say bitch and hoe. I have very colorful language. And I gotta believe Christ did too, because I believe Christ was cussing hoes out. Bitch, girl, what the fuck? Girl, you have to cuss some motherfuckers out, bitch. You have to hit them with some shit that leave their ass speechless, like, And like you said about Thomas, Christ had to get his mind. Exactly. He always was talking about the renewing of your mind. By the renewing of your mind. Let this mind that be in me also be in you. Don't worship me as the fucking man, because you're going to miss the fucking point. Which is why we're a lot of people sitting up in church now talking about Jesus is the only one. Only Jesus can do it. Only Jesus can work it out. When Jesus literally said, excuse me, hello, y'all gonna be able to do far greater works than me. Let my mind, something that transcends physical, that transcends all of this man-made bullshit, that transcends all of this physical human bullshit, and tap into the God in you that will never leave you nor forsake you. And I'm just crazy enough to believe it. Because I only have one life. And no tea, no shade. Again, I always speak about my ego deaf girl and use it as a reference because, bitch, I was at that place that a lot of people were in. A place that a lot of black men are in now, or black women are just lower vibrational or depressed people were in, girl. I was in that energy getting ready to end it all. And then I met a motherfucking brownie girl that changed my mother marijuana, whooped my goddamn ass. But it was love that brought me through that. That was my wake-up call, that no matter where I am in my life, no matter how fucked up life get, because life will get fucked up. But to not take it personal and to remind myself that, girl, this experience is teaching me something. What the fuck do I need to learn from this shit? You'll never learn if you can't listen to, if you don't know what your own voice sounds like. You won't know if you don't know what your own energy feels like. So yes, motherfuckers need to motherfucking separate themselves and figure out who they are. I mean, hell, God's source universe saw fit for that shit to happen in fucking 2020. And once again, not everybody responded to 2020 going forward the same way. There were a lot of people who saw it in a negative way, girl, but there were also a lot of people who were grateful for that experience in their own life because now they were able to figure out who the fuck they were. And there are people who are separating themselves to learn who they are for the betterment of other people. And no tea, no shade, just facts. I can low-key understand where Lance Skirt be coming from, because Lance be saying, I'm getting up in that age where, I kind of want to just stay to myself and I want to keep my circle small. And I'm not even at his age, but I can understand that now, because the world we live in, especially when you're speaking truth, there are people who are going to come at you and try to suppress or repress or dim your light because they don't know how to turn up the brightness in their own fucking light. And instead of them checking their goddamn bulb and calling DTE and Georgia Power and trying to figure out what the fuck going on with they light, girl, and upgrade they motherfucking shit, they rather destroy your light. And when you start walking in real light, girl, your light be so bright, it be illuminating shit on other motherfuckers' side that they would rather keep hidden. But that's the thing. The light is going to hit everybody this time. It ain't gonna be selected people, girl. The universe, if anything, is trying to prepare us to say, bitch, check yourself. What did Christ say, bitch? How the fuck you gonna sit here and talk about the speck of dust in your neighbor's eye, but you can't address this tree trunk growing out of you? I'm just gonna do my part. Because that's all I can really do. And that's not a bad thing. I feel like people need to start doing their part. That's the problem. Everybody want everybody else to do the part except for them. Like, do what the fuck you can do, which is all you can do, and connect with other motherfuckers who, in the words of Mariah Carey drunk ass, I'ma use what she say with her drunk ass. I love it. I'ma do the best I can with what I got. Use the best you can with what you got and connect with other motherfuckers who are using the best they can with what you got. And Ombience, you're doing that because Lance Scurv is allowing you to speak on his platform and to get more reach and notoriety, which is absolutely amazing. But you have to make sure you are good within yourself first. What did RuPaul say? And y'all love putting RuPaul ass in this girl, but then RuPaul, wasn't he the one that said, if you don't love yourself, how the hell you gonna be able to love somebody else? And it's a drag queen that said that. So funny, a drag queen was able to hit and use a motherfucking quote that a lot of people need to really motherfucking apply to themselves. It's always the oppressed people who are helping the privileged understand themselves. It's always the oppressed people who, instead of waiting for other hoes to make changes, girl, some of them said, fuck it, I'm going to be the change that I seek. And they feel some type of way and they feel jealous. Like, for example, Ombience, there's a lot of black men that are going to feel jealous about you because they want you to be this idea of what a black woman is, this submissive version of black woman who is only supposed to cook, clean, and wash everything and serve pussy up when I want it. When you're saying, nigga, if I'm gonna motherfucking serve this pussy up, bitch, you gotta motherfucking prove to me that this pussy is worth you getting. And when you start respecting yourself, you start teaching people how to respect you. And you will come across motherfuckers who are going to respect you in ways that you want and in ways that you need. So anyway, y'all, thank y'all for rocking with me on this impromptu live, girl. The fact that it's getting darker faster in my mind, that's how I know some spiritual shit. I'd be like, girl, it's dark all the damn time. Am I being prepared for something? And maybe I am, girl, because I feel like dark days are ahead of us. But, I mean, it also gives humanity the opportunity to really operate in that. And it's sad because we're low-key pushing Mother Nature to the point to where she's going to have to rectify this shit. And she only operating out of the energy of love. That's it. All this other false pseudo bullshit is not gonna last. What's real is going to survive. And if you don't have love, you don't have nothing. What's that one thing that scripture said? I'm gonna have to preface it. I'm gonna have to, girl, remix it, but you understand, girl. The last part is what's important. I can sit up here and have all knowledge, all wisdom. I can tell mountains to move the fuck out of my way. I can do such great, miraculous, powerful, godlike things. But if I do not have love, I have nothing. We've seen what the fuck fear can do. Fear fucked us up pretty bad. But it is in no comparison to what love can do. And that's why I feel like love let fear ass reign, because fear is under this illusion that it can't be loved, girl, and meanwhile it's loved by love every single time. It's just that we gonna have to catch up, Mustard. We gonna have to catch up to this awareness. And it happens through conversations like this. So anyway, thank y'all. It's almost been 4 hours on this damn live, girl, but y'all know how BubzDaGawd get down. Please, if you fuck with BubzDaGawd, please hit the like button. I would prefer you to share. You ain't got to share if you don't want to, but above all things, I would prefer for y'all to hit the like button, please, just so that this channel can get up in the algorithms and we can actually start manifesting conversations, girl, because no tea, no shade. I go out into other people's territories. I'm waiting for a motherfucker to come into my territory and challenge me. I'm waiting for a motherfucker to say, hold on, Bubs, wait a minute, bitch, drop the link. I'm waiting for that. I can't wait for when that happens, girl, because I feel like we really getting some shit done. But until then, I'm going to continue to go out into the highways and byways and do my fucking part. But again, shout out to everybody that came through. Shout out to a Doubting Thomas. Yeah, shout out to Miss Coco. Okay, shout out to Just Patches. I appreciate you. Shout out to Aries. Shout out to King motherfucking Anubis, aka Rico the Brat, with his fine big booty ass. Shout out to the sex bot in the chat, girl. Shout out to you too, ho. And who else we got? Shout out to Roki. And shout out to Amber. And shout out to Spicy. Shout out to those who be showing up in the chat all the time and even the new ones. Shout out to those who are watching in the chat, girl. Okay, in the bushes. Shout out to those who are in a hater type of thing, girl, because they don't want to acknowledge certain truths, girl. I ain't got the complete truth, girl, but at least acknowledge some of the shit I said, girl. I'll acknowledge yours. Like, just shout out to everybody, girl, because all things are working for the good of everybody. It's just that we gotta motherfucking realize it. So I'm gonna leave y'all a little bit with this instrumental that's playing in the background. I hope that you all have an amazing and wonderful Friday, y'all, and also a happy new year. Okay? Thanks for watching. Bye.